Do you want to learn how to build a sleek, feature-packed social media platform using Supabase, React, Vite, and Tailwind CSS? Are you tired of watching YouTube videos where you build the same features over and over again? In this tutorial, I'll walk you through creating a modern full-stack web application that not only supports real-time interactions and GitHub authentication, but also features a gorgeous UI. In this website, users can sign in via GitHub, see a list of most recent posts, create a post of their own, join different communities, create their own community, and interact with each post by liking or disliking them. Not only that, but users will be able to comment on each post and reply to other comments too, in a Reddit-like style. Whether you're looking to showcase your skills or build a project that you will eventually release, this project has it all. But before we get into the video, please hit the like button and subscribe. Now that we got that out of the way, let's dive in. Okay everyone, so let's get started. In order to create our application, I have here a project on my VS Code code editor, and I opened up in a folder called social media. So I need you guys to get into this stage. You basically just create a folder and open it up inside of your preferred code editor. Now I want to run in the terminal the command npx create vite. So we're using Vite for this project. We're not using Next.js. We're not using any other thing. I'm going to set the project name as a dot, and we're going to select React and TypeScript as the preferred language. Then I'm going to run npm install. And when that's done, I'm going to run npm run dev. Perfect. Now I'm going to run npm run dev. And as you can see, it should have run our application with this localhost over here. I'm going to open up our terminal and we can open up our project, as you can see, being hosted in the localhost 5174. Now we want to install some of the required packages and dependencies that we're going to have for this project. So I'm going to run over here npm install, and I want to install first Supabase, which is going to be the backend as a service that we're going to be using for this project. So for those who are not familiar, this can be used as an introduction to Supabase because I am going to be explaining everything I do with it. And Supabase is basically an alternative to Firebase. It allows you to create full stack web applications in a very easy manner. It is extremely scalable, and I would recommend anyone who's actually building like a SaaS or a startup to consider using Supabase just because of how fast-paced and efficient the development process is while using it. So we're going to be using it in order to make all of the backend, database, all that kind of stuff, but do it in the front end. So to install it, we want to run at supabase/supabase.js, and that should be enough. Now, we also want to install React Query, which we're going to be using in order to handle all of the server state management for our application and some of the client state management as well. So we're going to run install at 10stack/React Query. Then we want to install Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS is going to be for us writing the code for our project, our styling. And if you are not familiar with my kind of videos, I won't be showing myself writing all of the Tailwind because that would take up a lot of the time of the video. And I want you guys to focus specifically on the functionality rather than the styling. But I do have the styling for this project though, and that's what you saw in the beginning, in the intro. However, if you want to check out that code, you can just go to the description. I'll have the Tailwind code there, and you can copy and paste it into the project. So as I write the components and the elements, I'm going to give a brief cut to where I copy and paste all of the Tailwind. Perfect. So to install Tailwind, I want to install first Tailwind CSS, and then I want to install at Tailwind CSS/Vite. Now that should cover our styling, but we also want to install React Router in our project so that we can actually have routing. So now that that's done, we'll press enter and it should install all of the required packages. Now let's close this up and let's start building the folder structure for our project. I like making the folder structure first so that we already have a sense of where everything is going to go, and then we'll continue from there. So the folder structure is going to be pretty simple. We're going to have here a folder for the components that are going to be shared and reused possibly in the project. We're also going to have a folder for the different routes and pages that we're going to have. I also want to make a folder for the contexts that we might have in our project. So we're going to be using the context API for certain things. And you could replace this with any other state manager that you want, but we're going to specifically only use it for one thing. But in case you want to add more contexts as you play around with this project, you can add them to this folder. Now we'll start by deleting everything that comes with the initial instance of the Vite project. We'll just delete everything. We'll start from a clean slate. Perfect. Now I want to come to the main.tsx because here is where we're going to set up a lot of the initial things for our project. For example, since this wraps our entire app, I want to set up here the providers for our state managers and also for our routing. So to do that, I want to come over here at the top and I want to import from React Router DOM the browser router component. I'm also going to change its name to be router for simplicity reasons. Then inside of here, I want to wrap our entire app with this router so that inside of this app component, which is the rest of the app, we're going to have access to all of React Router's functionalities. Then I want to import over here at the top the query client from 10-stack React Query. On top of that, I also want to import the query client provider. Now, React Query will allow us to instantiate a client, which is going to be a new query client, and use that to pass through the query client provider. What this will do is basically enable our entire app with React Query, and it will handle all of the state management stuff and caching and so on the background. So we're going to pass a client here and pass the client that we just created. Now we have some of the initial setup complete. I want to deal with the setup of the Tailwind CSS for our project. So to do that, I'm going to come over here and we're going to go to our vite.config.ts. Here we can define any of the plugins we want in our Vite project. So what plugin might we want? Well, I'm going to import Tailwind CSS from @tailwindcss/vite, and I want to run the Tailwind CSS plugin on our project. Now we want to go to our index.css. This is where we're going to have all of our global styling. I'm going to delete all of this. I'm also going to delete the app.css file because we're not going to be using any of the actual CSS styling that we want to put. We'll put them in the index.css. Then inside of here, I want to run import and then Tailwind CSS. This is going to import Tailwind styling for our project. Now, there are some styles that I'm going to have inside of this file, which are unrelated to anything we've written so far, because again, I'm not going to show myself writing into the CSS. As I'm writing the project, I hope that it will slowly adapt and show the new stylings. So I'm just going to copy and paste all of the styling that will go in this file. If you want to check out the styling, just go to the description and copy and paste it as well, because we won't get back into it. So now let's go back. In our app.tsx, which is going to be the entry point of our project, we want to set up a couple things. Mostly, we're going to set up over here the routing system for our project. So I'm going to create a div over here and then create another div. Inside of this div, we're going to put the routes that are going to be defining the different pages. To do that, I'm going to import routes from React Router. And I'm going to pass it over here. This routes component is basically just telling React Router that in between it, we're going to be defining routes. And to define each of the routes, we use the route component that it automatically imported. Now, we're going to have a couple routes. The main one is going to be the empty route, which is just going to be to the home page. Now, in order to render a component, whenever we go to this specific route, we want to pass an element. And this element is going to take in a component that we'll have to create in the pages folder. For example, let's create here the first one, which is going to be the home.tsx. This component is going to define the home page. So I'm just going to return a div that is going to say home, and we'll import this component by calling it over here. Now, if we come over here, we should see it seems to be broken because we're calling the app.css. But let me remove that let's come back here. You'll see it shows the home page when we're here. If we go to any other pages, it breaks because we are basically, or we're not, though that page is not the home page, and we're not showing anything in case you go to a page that doesn't exist, which by the way, we will handle later on. Now we created our first route, but there might be other routes that we want to build in our application. In reality, we'll start just with this one because it is the only one that we need at the moment. I also want to have a navbar on top of here to navigate in between the routes. So I'm going to create here a component called Navbar on the components folder. This component will just have different links that we want to use for the creation of the navbar. Now I'm going to return a div over here, and let's import it over here at the top. Let's say navbar, and perfect. Now inside of here, let's actually switch this or create a bit around it. Let's create a nav element, and this nav element is going to represent the overall navbar. We're then going to have a div inside of it and another div. The second div is going to have the logo for the project. So the logo for the project in my case is just going to be a simple like text, which is going to have kind of like a cool gradient effect to it. So I want to make that into a link. Now a link in React Router is basically a component that when you click on it, it will navigate to a specific page. Now, since this is going to exist in our navbar, whenever the user clicks on the logo, we want them to navigate to the home page. So we'll just put the empty slash to represent the home page. Now, inside of this link, we want to write the name of the website, or you could put an image for the logo of the website. In my case, let me call this social, and then I'll say media. But I want to put a span in between the social and the .media, because if you remember from the demo in the intro, the social part over here is white, and the .media has some sort of styling to it, which when I paste the styling, it will cause that. And the reason why we use a span when we want to do something like this is because I still want both of this to be, like the social and the .media, to be connected. We don't want them to be independent paragraphs or strings. We want them to be together, but I want to apply styling to a specific part of that string. So a span is great for that. Now, after that, we want to come down here, and I want to create another div. This is going to be the links for our project in desktop. So this project is fully responsive, and for that reason, we need to make a version of the navbar that is for desktop and a version of the navbar that is for mobile. So for the desktop, and I'll even put a comma over here, a comment, and I'll say desktop links, something like this. And for this div over here, we want to link to the different pages that we might have in our project. So the first one is obviously going to be the home page, which obviously you can also click through the logo, but a lot of people don't know that. So you need to give some accessibility by making the home link be very visible. Then we want to have a link to a page that is going to be used to create some sort of post to your social media. So in our case over here, we're making kind of a Reddit clone type of website where you can create a post, you can put an image to it, a title, a description. And when we click on the create route, we want to go to a page that is going to allow us to create that post. It's kind of like when you go to Instagram and you go to upload a post, that would be the place that we want to make this be. Now we haven't created that page yet, but we can create the link to it. So let's say create post. I'm going to copy this and let's paste it over here. And like I said, we're making kind of like a Reddit style project where you can join different communities and posts can be attributed to those communities. So to do that, you might want to have a route or a page in your website where you can join and see the different communities and join them if you want to. So I'll make here a navbar link for the communities page, and we'll say communities. Perfect. Finally, I want to create a last one, which is going to be a page for creating a community. Because if you don't want to join any of the communities that are on this page, we might want to be able to create one. So I'm going to create a route that is a bit different, and you'll see why later. But we want to create a route that is community/create. just like this. And we'll make this text be create community. Perfect. Now let's check out how this looks. If I go over here, you see we have this beautiful nav board that has zero styling, but it allows you to navigate in between the different routes, and it appears on every single page. The reason why it appears on every single page is because we called the Navbar component above the route definition. So the only thing that changes depending on the route is everything below this navbar. Now, I want to create really quickly the logic for us to make this responsive. Before I add any styling, I want to do that because it will make it easier for us to understand later, but I want to make it such that as you move this and make your screen smaller, this will collapse into a little hamburger menu over here that when you click is going to actually show the navbar, right? So I'm going to come over here and let's copy this div and let's paste it again. Now this version is going to be the mobile links, or the mobile menu better. So I'm calling it the mobile menu. Now this one is going to be a bit different because this is going to be hidden unless it is time the screen is small enough to show it, right? And as well, as long as the user has clicked on the button to open the mobile menu. So for that reason, and for styling reasons, I'm also going to add another div in between this, which will make sense when we add the Tailwind CSS code. Now, this right now just makes it look like we have two navbars. So we have to create some sort of state that is going to keep track of whether or not the mobile menu is open or not. So to do that, I'm going to come up here in the screen and I'm going to create a state called the menu open. And we'll create a function called set menu open. And we'll set a use state and we'll set it to false. Perfect. Now, instead of just showing this forever, we actually want to wrap this around with a menu open state. So we'll say menu open and we'll only show this if that state is true. Well, when will this state be true? Well, to do that, we want to create that little hamburger button that I mentioned that is going to show up when you have a smaller screen. So I'm going to create here a section as well. Let's call it the mobile menu button. And inside of here, we want to create a div and it's going to have a button inside of it. Right now, we'll just call it open and we'll add an on click to this. And when you click on this button, it will set the menu open equal to the opposite of its current value. So we'll say not prev. So if it's true, then it will become false. If it's false, it will become true. And you'll see that this will allow us to click on this button and it will collapse and close the menu as we want. Now, obviously this doesn't look good because we currently don't have we're showing this every single time and we want to only show this when this is closing down. Also, we don't have the little hamburger icon for or SVG for this thing, right? It shouldn't say open. It should be like a little 3 lines on top of each other. And when you open it, it should become an X to close it. So let's do that. To make the SVG, I'm going to paste here the SVG code. Now, I'm obviously not going to write the SVG code. I already did, but SVG isn't the point of this video. But this basically uses this SVG from w3.org and it changes whatever is inside of it, like the path inside of it, to the X if the menu is open and to the hamburger menu if it is closed. So you'll see that with this, we have this little hamburger menu over here. When I click on it, it becomes an X. When I close it, it becomes this. When I click on it, it becomes like that. And it changes because of the menu open. Perfect. Now, how do we make it happen when only when the screen is at a smaller size? Well, that's all Tailwind. So I'm going to copy and paste all of the Tailwind classes for both the Navbar component and the app component, and I'll be back in a second and show to you guys. Okay, I just pasted the classes over here. For the app.tsx, we only put classes for this and this div, and then for the Navbar, we put classes on basically everything. As you can see, this is the structure of the project now. It looks a lot bigger because obviously we added all of the different classes. But one thing I want to mention that I think might get confusing while you're watching this is you see the div structure that we created. This div over here, you see the second div on the navbar, it finishes, the closing tag for it is right before the mobile menu. So make sure that that's the case for you, like right after the mobile menu button, but before the mobile menu. We definitely don't want to put them inside of each other. And then the mobile menu looks like this. And you see that if I go to the page now, this is how our website looks like. Has this little cool gradient effect to the logo, and all of our pages look like this. Now, what do we want to do now? Well, we want to allow a user to log in into the application. This is the most basic feature that we want to have. Also show up over here the profile picture for the user and so on. Now, to set up authentication, we have to set up Supabase for our project. In the beginning, I mentioned to you guys, we're using Supabase to be the backend as a service or the open source Firebase alternative for this project. And I love Supabase. I haven't made that many videos on Supabase yet. I only have one, but I really hope that this becomes a prominent feature on my channel because this is a great platform. Now, they're not sponsoring this video or anything. I just think it is great for you to use it for your project. Now, you want to set up your Supabase app by just creating an account. And when you create an account, you're going to find yourself in something like this. It might ask you to create an organization. I just made this one called PedroTech, and we'll be prompted with this page where we want to create our project. I'm going to click on New Project over here, and I'm going to give it a project name. Now, the project name, let's call it Social Media. It's going to ask us for a strong password. I'm just going to click on Generate Password over here, and we want to copy this password just in case. Then we want to choose where you want to set up your Supabase project. So I am near North California, so I'm going to choose this one. Security options, you can leave those alone, and we want to choose Postgres, just leave it as it is. Now we're going to click on Create New Project. Now, when that creates the project, you'll immediately notice that Supabase is incredible because it includes a lot of different things that you can do with it. You can handle database queries and database creation in Supabase. Also, authentication, they have a really good authentication system. They have storage functionality, real-time functionality, and so on. Now, to connect your Supabase project, you're going to use this URL over here that they provide for us. I'm going to click on that, and we want to go back to our application. We're going to create over here a file at the source of our project, and we're going to call it the Supabase client.ts. Now inside of here, I want to import the create client function from at Supabase GS, this folder over here. Then I want to create a constant called Supabase URL and set it equal to this string. Then I want to copy this constant. I'll create another one, and we want to create a Supabase anon key, and we get that by coming back over here. You see that everything changed a bit because it finished creating our project, but you copy this thing over here and you go back over here and you can just paste this. Now we use those two variables by exporting a const called Supabase, setting it equal to create client, and passing the Supabase URL and the Supabase anonymous key. Now, one thing though, we don't want to keep this obviously in the open because this is a private key. So we want to copy this entire thing. Actually, I'll just copy the entire string, and we want to put it in our .env file. So I want to create here a .env file, and inside of here, we want to create an environment variable for the Supabase anonymous key. So we're just going to paste it here. We have to delete this and delete the end as well and the semicolon. Then since this is vite, we need to access it. So I'm going to put a prefix of vite onto the environment variable. And then to access it, I just have to say import.meta.env.vite underscore Supabase anon key. Perfect. I also want to cast this to be a string just so we don't get any annoying TypeScript errors, and this should be good. Then I'm going to close this up and I want to come to our Navbar page. This is also going to serve as the auth and sign in and sign out part of our website. So above the mobile menu, this part over here, we want to add another section to our navbar, which is going to be the desktop auth, which means it's just the authentication part for the desktop. So I'm going to put a div inside of here, and we want to have a simple button that when called, we will be able to sign in with GitHub. And when we call this button, which is going to exist, not here, it's probably going to exist over here, we want to actually connect your project to GitHub and allow a user to sign up with GitHub. Now the thing is, Supabase allows you to sign up with different providers. I'm going to show in this tutorial how to do it with GitHub because I think it's the most relatable for all of you guys. But you can use Google, you can use alternatives to this as well. Now, in order to have all of the auth functionality, including the signing in and the sign up and the logout as well, we're going to want to create a standalone like management place. We would like to make a state manager for this project to handle everything auth related. So I'm going to create here on our context file the auth context, and this will be a TSX file because it will return a provider that we will then use throughout our entire app. So what we want to do here is we want to create the auth context, and this context will use a create context function, and we'll just set it to undefined initially, but we need to pass a context type to it. Now the context type, we can define it over here. We'll call it auth context type, and this will just define what kind of information we will want to have access whenever we try to access this auth context. Now, the kind of information we want is, I want to have information about the user. Whenever we want to access information about the user that is logged in, we'll then call this auth context. Now, the user information, the type of it is just user. We can actually import this user type from the Supabase library. Now, it might be null because the user might not be logged in, so we'll set that as a possibility as well. Now, we also want to have this context return two other things. Those are two functions that might be useful. Obviously, the first one is the sign in with GitHub function, right? Which we specifically need right now because it's going to be the starting point for us to be able to log in. Now, we're also going to have a sign out function, which I'll also define right off the bat. Perfect. Now those two functions obviously return void because they don't return a specific type. Now I'm going to put this as the type for the create context, and I'm also going to allow it to be undefined. Now inside of this, I want to create a wrapper component that is going to serve as the auth provider for our project. So I'm going to create here the auth provider, and this will take in children as the prop, because if it takes in children, then it will serve as a wrapper component. I'll just have to define here that children will have a type of react.react node, react.react node. Perfect. And then inside of here, I want to return the auth context dot provider and wrap this around the children. Now inside of this provider, I want to pass the value. Now what is the value? Well, the value for this provider is going to be the information that we want to return from this context. So inside of here, we have to write the logic for creating, signing in the user and all of that, and also signing out. So I'll create the functions first. I'll create here the sign in with GitHub function, and I'll create the sign out function, and then I also want to create a state, and this state will keep track of the user. We'll say user and set user, and the type for this state is going to be the same as what we defined above. It's going to be a user or null, and obviously initially it will be null. Perfect. Now we can pass all of that here. We can pass the user, the sign in with GitHub, and the sign out. Now to allow the user to sign in with GitHub, we actually use a very simple function from Supabase. We have to import that client that we created. So I'll say import Supabase and I'll get that client variable. And we can just call Supabase dot auth dot sign in with OAuth, this function over here. And then we can specify the provider that we want for this. If you click on this, you'll see that the providers that they allow are all of this. So you can choose whichever one you want to allow in your project. Obviously mine is going to be GitHub. So I'm just going to say GitHub. Now to allow that our project to be connected with GitHub, we actually have to do some more setting up. So I'm going to come back over here and I want to go back to our project. Now, if I go to authentication, you'll see this is where all of our users who have been signed up and logged in are going to appear. But we want to go to sign in and sign up. Then we're going to go down here and we want to enable the GitHub. So I'm going to click GitHub enabled. And what we have to do is go to our GitHub account and basically generate an app inside of it that will give us a client ID and a client secret. So I'm going to open up GitHub and I'll be back in a second. So you want to go to your GitHub account, as you can see over here, and you want to go to settings/developer settings. Then you want to go to OAuth apps and you want to click on new OAuth app. You'll give a name to this. I'm going to call it social media, and you want to put a homepage URL. Now the homepage URL for this is just going to be localhost 5174, or if in your case you are running on 5173 or whatever your port is, you put it over here. Now we want to put an authorization callback URL, and Supabase provides that for us. So we'll copy this and we'll just paste it over here. And we don't need to put a description. I'm just going to register the application. When that's done, we'll have our client ID that we can copy and paste it over here. And we'll have to generate the client secret by clicking on generate client secret. We'll get this one over here and we'll again just paste it here. Perfect. Now I'm gonna accept this and we should have seen, oh, I just realized that that closed for some reason my app. So I'm gonna copy the stuff again. And I'm going to click GitHub enabled and then save. Perfect. So this should enable GitHub for our project. Now we have this sign in with GitHub function, and when we click on it, we want to be able to call the actual sign in with GitHub function that we just created. Now, in order to make this very easy, I want to add a final step to this. I want to add a hook that we're going to be using throughout our app. We'll call it the useAuth hook. And what this hook will do is it will return an auth context type, and it will consume the context that we created. So we'll say use context over here, and we'll pass the auth context inside of here. And then inside of this, we'll just return the context. Now, this might give an error because it might be undefined. So we might want to handle that. If the context is undefined, then we'll throw a new error saying use auth must be used within the auth provider, which is this provider that we just created over here. Now, why do we want to do that? So we don't have to actually import the use context every single time we want to have access to this context. We actually just use this nifty hook that we just created. Now, in order for us to not run into this issue, let's actually provide the auth provider on our app. So I'll come over here and I'm going to call the auth provider, and I'm going to wrap our entire app around with it. Now let's go to the navbar.tsx, and over here we'll just destructure the information from the useAuth hook that we just created. So specifically, we want to get the sign in with GitHub, the sign out, and the user. But we will leave this last two for later. For now, we'll just allow the user to sign in. So I'm going to grab this. We'll go to the sign in with GitHub button. And when I click on it, I want to call the sign in with GitHub function. Let's go back over here and let's try clicking on this button. When I do that, you see that it will ask me if I want to authenticate with my GitHub account. I'm going to click yes, and it's going to redirect me back to my homepage. Now, you might be wondering, nothing really changed, right? Well, stuff did change, but on the background. If I open up my inspect element and go to the application tab on the local storage, you see we have this provider token that now exists in our session. So basically, we have logged in and we are authenticated, and we can now continue writing our project. So what is one thing that I want to do when I'm authenticated? Well, I might want to display the name of the user, right? So I'm going to get that information from the user object, but that user object isn't really being filled in with anything at the moment. So basically what I want to do is I want to run some code that is going to access the current session and get the information about the user in that session and set it to the state. Now to do that, we're going to be running a use effect. So I'm going to run here a use effect, and we want to run this only once when the component mounts. So I'm going to put over here an empty dependency list, and inside of here I want to run the Supabase client, and I want to use the auth.getSession function. This is going to return a promise, so I can actually access that promise by saying .then and passing in a callback function. And inside of here I want to get the user and set it in our setUser function. Now to access the user from the session, we need to access it through this argument over here. This argument of the get session will return data, which will then return the session. Now with the session, I can basically say that I can set the user to be session.user. But if that's null, I want to default it to null. Now, whenever we actually log into our account, and on mount, it will look for a session that is available, and if there is one, it's going to set this user state equal to that object. Now I'm going to go back to our navbar over here, and I'm going to show you guys some of the cool things we can do with this user object. One of the main things, like I said, is to be able to get the display name of the user. So to do that, I'll say user.user metadata, which is information about the specific user that they get directly from the provider. So this might change depending on which provider you use. We used GitHub, so I know GitHub allows us to access the actual username. So I'm going to access their username. Now, if the provider doesn't actually provide that for us, we want to default it to the user email, which I believe all providers require an email. So we might want to display their email as their username. Now, where do we put this? Well, I'm going to go back here to our auth, our desktop auth, and inside of here, I want to basically check if user is not equal to null, then I want to add this new div over here, which will contain some cool information about the user who's logged in. So the first thing that I want to display is their actual name. So I'm going to add a span over here that is going to display their name. And we can check to see if this is working after we put a return statement over here. Now, when the user is not logged in, and I'll put this button as well on the inside of here. When the user is not logged in, we want to show the sign in with GitHub button. But when the user is logged in, we want to show the sign out or log out button, right? So I'll say sign out, and we'll call the sign out function, which we haven't implemented yet. We'll implement in a second. But let's check this display name. Let's go back to the Google Chrome over here, and you can see that it shows the username that I have for my GitHub account right next to the sign out function. Now let's implement this real quick. To do that, it's actually pretty simple. That's why I'm implementing it really quickly. If you want to sign out, you literally just call Supabase .auth.sign out. So when we call the sign out function, it will allow us to sign out. You'll see that when I click on this, nothing actually happens. Now, something does happen. If I open this up, you'll see that the local storage item is not here anymore, meaning that we have signed out, and when I refresh this page, that disappears and the state changes. Now, the reason why that's happening only after refresh is because we have no way to detect when the state of the user's authentication changed. So we do want to implement that. Now, how do we implement that? Well, I'm going to first sign in with GitHub so we can be in a signed in stage, which, by the way, after you sign in for the first time, you don't have to sign in multiple times. It does it automatically. But we'll go back to here, and I want to add a listener to our use effect. So this listener is going to listen for any changes in the Supabase auth. So I'm going to say supabase.auth.onAuth state change, and inside of here, we'll put a callback function that is going to be executed when this auth state has changed. Now in this over here, we can access a couple things. We can access an event and the current session when the auth changed. Now the session is the only really thing that we care about. So I'm going to set the user equal to the session. I'll basically just copy this actually. So basically what we're doing here is we're listening for any changes in the state of the authenticator. And if there is, then we'll set the user in the session to be the actual user that we have over here. So if they logged out, this will run and it will set the user to null because the user in the session after logging out will be null. Now, since this is a listener, right, we're subscribing to it, it is something that is prone to memory leaks in React. So I'm going to create here a listener. I'm going to grab back the listener from this request, and I want to basically unsubscribe to this listener when the component unmounts. So we're going to return here a function. Basically, in the use effect, what this does is it runs at the stage where the component is unmounting. And I'm going to use that listener that I just grabbed, and I'm going to say .subscription.unsubscribe so we prevent memory leaks. Perfect. Now let's test out what we just did. If I try signing out, this should disappear immediately. And it did. See, our state is now updating accordingly without us having to refresh anything. Now we're almost done with anything auth related. All we have to do now is, by the way, we can close this auth context. We're not doing anything with it anymore. But the last thing I want to do is I want to actually display the user's profile pic, right? I want to display it right above their display name, or right next to it actually. So to do that, I'm going to actually check to see if the user has a profile pic. So I'll say user.usermetadata.avatar_URL. If that's not null, it means that they have a profile pic. So I'll render here an image, and this image will have a source that is going to be the avatar URL. So let's grab this, let's put it over here. Then I'll put an alt for accessibility. Let's call it user avatar, and we'll save this. Now let's check this out. Because I haven't put the styling yet, it just has my ugly logo appearing at the top. Perfect. So let me close this and let's implement the styling for this section. So I'm just going to copy and paste and be back in a second. Perfect. As you can see, I just pasted this section. These are the styles. If you want to pause and look at it, or if you want to just copy it, feel free to do so. But this is what it does. It basically creates this nice little session over here, which when we finish adding all of the styles will end up appearing over here. Now, one thing I want to do though to fix this part of the navbar being in the wrong place is I want to grab the desktop auth and I actually want to put it quite above. I want to put it above this part over here, above the mobile menu button and below the links. So I want to put it here. You'll see that now it exists at this point, and the links are actually centered on the screen. Perfect. Now we can focus on setting up the core functionality for our social media platform. So to do that, we'll go to the homepage, right? This homepage over here is going to display a list of different posts that has been created on the website. Now, in order to show those posts, we actually want to be able to create a post because there's no point in showing one if you can't create one. So I'm going to create another page over here, and we'll call it the create post page. Now this page is just going to contain a little form that will allow us to create a new post and add that information to our database. Now I'm going to return here a div, and let's import this on our app.tsx. I'm just going to create a new route, and we'll finally create the route for the create. I believe I called this the create route, and we'll make this be create post page. Perfect. Now on this page, it's actually going to be very simple. We're just going to have a div and an h2 tag that is going to be the title. We're going to call it create new post. And we're going to call another component, which is going to be the create post component. So the way I'm structuring this project is we're going to have our route components, right? So the create post page and the home page, right? But the actual UI is going to exist in a separate component for example, in this case, we're gonna write all the form and so on for this component on the create post component. So we'll create that component over here, create post.tsx, and inside of this, we'll generate the component. So create post, and I want to just return a simple div. Now let's import this component in the create post page, and we should be good to go. Now, one thing I want to mention is, in order for us to even be able to create a post, right? Because we're creating a post because we want to be able to display those posts in the homepage. But to be able to do that as well, we need to have the table in our database and the structure for what a post looks like. So to do that, we're going to create all of that in Supabase. And Supabase makes it extremely simple for you to make tables in your database. Like I said, the database in Supabase is going to be using Postgres, but you don't really need to know Postgres to be able to work with Supabase. So to create a table in Supabase, we're just going to click on the create new table. Now, what kind of table do we want to create? Well, we want to create the one for the posts, right? So we're going to call it posts. Now, it's going to ask if we want to enable row level security, and we are going to click, we're going to leave it as it is, right? Now, row level security will basically allow us to set policies to restrict access to different operations on our database tables. So for example, the posts table, we want to allow anyone, even if you're not logged in, to see the post, right? The homepage will show all of the posts, even if you're not logged in. But to actually comment, create, and do all of those stuff, you need to be authenticated. With row-level security policies that we're going to add later, this is going to allow us to ensure that certain actions on the database can only be executed if you meet those criteria. Now, we're not going to click on enable real-time. We're going to let the ID column to be as it is right now, and we're going to allow the created at column to be as it is as well. But we don't want the table to just have those two columns. We want to add some of our own. I'm going to click on add column, and I want to add the title column, which is going to be the title for the post. The type for it is going to be text, and the default value is going to be, we're actually going to change that, like it can't be null. Then I'm going to click on add column, and we're going to add content as the next column, and we're also going to make it be text. Content is just the content of the post, so it's like a tweet, right? Whatever you're tweeting about. We're also going to make it not nullable. Perfect. Now I'm going to click on save. And keep in mind that this is not just how the table is going to look like. As we need more things to be on this table, we will make updates to the structure of this table. But now we have a simple table structure that is going to allow us to add posts to our project. Now, what we can do is we can go back to our website. And in our create post over here, we want to return a form that, like I said, is going to have some inputs, allowing us to put a title and a content for the post. So I'm going to add a div to wrap this form, and I'll put a label that is going to say title for the title input. Now below this, we're going to put an input over here, and this input will be of type text. The ID of it is going to be title, and we're going to put it as required. Then we're going to close this div. So close div. Now we want to open up another div. Actually, that div didn't need to be closed. I already had it closed over here. So we'll just copy this and paste it over here. We'll make a input for the content, and we'll change this to be content and make it required as well. Now, this won't actually be an input. It's going to be a text area, because you might want to write a lot more than just the input for the title when you're writing your actual like content. So I'm going to delete this over here. We're going to keep it as content, and we want to set a max amount of rows to be 5. Now, below this, we want to add the button to submit the form. So I'm going to add a button over here. We're going to call it create post, and we're going to put a type of submit, so that when we actually submit the form, when we click on this, it's going to call the onSubmit function that we're going to create and pass to this form. Now to do that, we're going to create over here a state called the title, and a set title function. This state is going to be a string and it will start out as empty. I'll create one for the content as well, just so we can keep track of what the user is typing on the input and the text area. So for the input, I'll set an onChange and I'll run an event. And whenever there's a change, I'll just set the title equal to the event.target.value. Now I'll copy this and I'll paste it on the text area so that we can do the exact same thing for the content input. Perfect. Now we're keeping track of both of them. Now we want to create a function that is going to handle the submit of this form. Now this function is going to take in the event, which will have a type of react.form event. And this function will first prevent default so that we don't refresh the screen when we submit the form. But we want to call the make a Supabase request to insert into that database table that we just created. Now to do that, we're going to be using React Query, because React Query allows us to manage our server state and our client state. Everything related to how we fetch data will be handled by them. Now, they have two primary functions, right? Two hooks that are mostly used when you're working with React Query. The first one is the useQuery hook, and the second one is the useMutation hook. I don't expect you to know React Query by default when you're doing this project, but I do recommend watching a video if you want to get a more in-depth explanation on React Query. Now, like I said, a mutation is basically what we're going to be using whenever we want to add, insert, delete, and update data in our service. So basically, what we want to do right now. So I'm going to import the useMutation hook from 10stack query, and I want to call it down here before the handle submit. So I'm going to call the useMutation hook, and through this hook, we can make a request to Supabase to insert the data in the table. I'm going to have to pass a mutation function to this useMutation hook. And what this mutation function will do is it will basically make the Supabase call and return back the response to the useMutation hook, so it knows what to do with that. So we're going to have to create a function somewhere up here. We'll create it above our component and call it createPost. And we'll make this asynchronous. Now this createPost function, which will pass onto the mutation function here on the useMutation hook, it will take in something. We're going to take in a post input, which is basically the information we need from the form to create this post. Now we don't have this type, so we need to create it right now. We'll create an interface over here, call it post input, and we have to declare all of the fields that will go in this interface. The only two that we have right now are a title, which it will be a string, and a content, which will also be a string. Now, inside of createPost, we want to call Supabase to insert the new post into the table. So I'm going to call Supabase over here, the Supabase client that we have. This will be an asynchronous operation, so I need to await Supabase. Then I'll say .from, and this .from will allow us to specify which table we want to operate on. So the table we want to do this is the posts table, right? So this table over here. So we'll come back over here and we'll set the name as posts. Then we want to write what operation do we want to do to this table. We want to insert. Now, what do we want to insert? Well, we want to insert an object that is going to be the post. Now, this post object over here, we want to actually wrap it around with an array in case we want to insert multiple elements. Supabase allows us to put an array inside of this insert function. But in case we don't, we can also just pass the post alone. Now, when we are finished with this operation, it should have inserted this new post, which we're going to pass to this function inside of the table. But we need to track if that's a success or if there was an error. So if it was a success, we'll get back the data. If it was an error, we'll get back an error message. Now we'll handle that by basically saying if error is true, throw a new error, and that error will have an error message that is returned from Supabase. If not, then just return the data that Supabase returns to us. Now, this logic should insert whatever we create into the table. But in order to call it, we have to use what is returned from the useMutation hook to do that. More specifically, the useMutation hook will return a mutate function. And this mutate function is what we can use to call when we want the mutation to happen, which in this case is inside of here. Now, when we say mutate, we want to pass in an object, and inside of here, we want to put the post input. So we want to put a title and a content. So I'm going to put a title over here, and that will be equal to title. So I don't even need to put anything, and I'll just put content here as well. And now that error should go away, and we are calling the mutate function, which is the create post, and passing that information. Perfect. Now, when we want that to happen, we'll pass an onSubmit to this form and call the handle submit function. Now, let's test to see if this is working. I can tell you guys right now, we have here the different inputs, right? And I can type, I'll put a example title, and I'll put something on this text area. I'm telling you right now, this is not going to work. And the reason why it's not going to work is because we haven't set up the row level security policy that I mentioned, right? See, this is the error we get back from Supabase. Now, to do that, we basically need to add an RLS policy up here. Remember what I said, we want anyone on the website to be able to have access to read the posts table. So to do that, I'm going to create here a policy, and they already have a bunch of options over here and templates that you can choose. The main one is this one. It enables read access from our table to all users. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to click on Save Policy. Now, we can see the posts if we want to, but that's not really what we're dealing with right here. We're trying to create one. So I'm going to create a policy, and I'm going to see the second one, which says Enable Insert for Authenticated Users Only. That one is important for us. When we add this policy, it now allows us to create a post if we're authenticated, which we are right now. So I'm going to click on Create Post, and hopefully this should be a success. Now, even though it doesn't actually return here or anything, we can go to our table and you'll see that the post will have been created. See, it was added together with an ID, a created at, a title, and a content. Now that we understand how to insert simple data into our table over here, let's go back to our code and let's add the ability to also select a file and insert that into a post, right? So basically, when we create a post, we don't want it to just be a title and a content, like a text. We also want to have a banner image to that post. And to do that, we have to be able to have like a little select over here that will allow us to select the image, upload it to our system, and also store it somewhere in our Supabase project. Now, the place we're going to store it is in the storage service that Supabase allows us to. Now, inside of here, we're going to create a bucket called post images. You can call it whatever you want, but it's just going to be the images for the posts. And a bucket will basically be like a folder where we're going to contain all of the files that we want to store here. Now, we are going to make this public, completely public, so that anyone can read an image without needing to be authenticated or anything, which is all we want, right? Now, we will still need to add some RLS policies to be able to allow us to upload an image, but we'll do that in a second. Now, we could restrict file upload size if you want to prevent people from uploading insanely large images. You could do that. You could also prevent people from uploading things that aren't images, but I'll just leave it like this for now, and I'll click Save. Now, when we upload this image to the storage, we have to have a way to connect the image in that storage or in that bucket with the post that we just added, right? So what I want to do here is I want to add another field to this database table that is going to store the location of that image. So when we upload an image to the Supabase storage, right, it will exist inside of this thing over here. and it will have a URL that we can directly access. So I want to grab that URL and I want to insert it inside of the inside of a column in the posts table. So to do that, I'm going to click on a plus over here and I'm going to add a new field called image URL, and I want to make this of type text. So I'm going to put text over here because it's just going to be the URL of the image, and we also want to make it not nullable. Then I'm going to click save, and why does it say contains no values? Oh yeah, because obviously we have an initial thing that we have already created, and that one doesn't have a field. So I'm going to delete this row that we just added, and I'll add the image URL column. I'll make it of type text, and I'll make it not null. Perfect. Save. Now we have this field on our table. Now let's go back to our code and let's add a part of our form that will allow us to select an image. So I'm going to copy this div over here and we'll just add it below this. Now this part will be for the upload image. So I'm going to say upload image over here. Then on the text area, we want to, instead of text area, we actually want to make this into an input, and I want to make it of type file. I'll remove the rows and I'll give an ID of image. I'll say that it accepts basically image, but I'll make it any type of image. So it doesn't accept like videos and files, but it accepts any type of image. Then I want to set an on change to it that when it runs, we basically want to call this handle. Oh, I already have an on change over here, but when it runs, I want to call this handle file change function, which I'll create an external one because it's going to be a little bit more complicated than the other ones we had over there, but we'll create this right here. Now, when you try selecting an image, it will have an event, and that will be a change event with the type HTML input element. And inside of here, we'll basically check, is there a file that you selected, right? Because when you call this input of type file, it might allow multiple files or only one file. And if you are selecting multiple files, it will return here e.target.files, and that will return an array. But you want to make sure that it's not null. So if it's not null, then you want to get the first file from that list, which is going to be just the one file that you're trying to upload. So if that's true, then we want to create a state over here that is going to hold that file. So we'll create here a state. We'll call it selected file, and we'll set selected file. And the type for this will be actually file. And it will also be possibly null because we need an initial state for this. So I'll set it to null initially. And then when we select the file, I want to set the selected file equal to e.target.files and grab the first one. Perfect. Now we have access to it. Now let's add the ability to actually insert the image when we create a post. So to do that, I'm going to come over here to this create post function, and I'm going to add the image file as a new argument that you can use when you call it. So let's say image file over here. Now with the use mutation and hook, we have a problem, right? Because you can't do something like this. You can only have one input. So what I want to do is actually want to do something hacky here. I want to make this into a call, like I'll make this into an anonymous function. And this anonymous function will take in data as an argument to it. And that type will be of type post. And that would have the post input, an image file, which would be the file. So we're basically turning this into two arguments inside of an object. We'll call it data and making it be the mutation function. But to make that happen, then inside of this mutation function, we have to call the create post and pass in the actual data.post as the first argument because it's the post input, and then data.image file is the second one. I need to make it not capitalized, and perfect. Now, what is the data.image file? Now, when we call the mutate, instead of passing the object for the post like this, we actually have to pass in an object inside of another object. We'll have an object with the post field and with the image file field. Now, the image file will be where we put the selected file, but the other one is where we put the post inputs. Now, it's giving us an error here, and the reason for that is because possibly the selected file might be null. So we want to ensure that we are only able to submit if image file or selected file is not equal to null. So I'm going to pay, if it's null, then I'm going to return, and I'm going to prevent it from going forward. So now that error should go away. Now, with the mutation function, we have to return this create post instead of just calling it, because then it will get the response and utilize it for what React Query does behind the screens. So now this should be good enough, but we now have access to this image file on the create post function. What do we do with it? Well, like I said, we want to have access to it because it will actually allow us to not only upload the file, but also generate a unique name and title for that file. We want to have a unique name because all the files are going to be grouped together in the same bucket, and in order to distinguish them, they have to have a unique name. So we're going to create a variable here called file path, and we need to auto-generate that file path ourselves. So what I want to do is I want the file path to be a combination of the actual title of the post and the current date plus the file name. So that will make it as unique as possible. So to do that, I'll basically say the first part of the name of the file is going to be post.title, right? Then we want to basically add to it as well. We'll put like a dash over here, and we'll basically add the current date. So I'll say date.now, and it will add the date to the current file path. And then in the end, I'll add the actual image file dot name. So whenever you upload an image, the name of the file where it's going to be stored in is going to be a combination of all of those three, and that should ensure that all of them are unique. Then I want to actually make the call to Supabase to add that to the storage. So I'm going to say await supabase.storage, and I need to specify the name of the bucket, the ID of the bucket that we're adding. If you remember, when we created the bucket, we called it post images. So I'm going to say from post images, and I'm going to call the upload function. Now this upload function requires us to pass two things to it. It requires a file path and an image file. Now the file path we have and the image file we have as well. Now after that happens, we want to catch any errors that might have occurred. We'll call it upload error, and we'll actually keep it pretty much the same, right? We'll add another if error section over here, but we'll handle the upload error in this case. And if this is successful, right? If there's a success in uploading the image, then we want to actually get the public URL that was generated for that image so that we can add it to the upload that we have over here at the top. We'll actually have to move this to below this because we want to upload the image to the storage first, and then if that's successful, we want to get the URL from the image and we want to add it to the table on this command over here. So before this command, we'll come over here and we'll say const is equal to supabase.storage.from, and we'll again grab it from the post images. And what I can do is I can basically say .get public URL and put a file path to this, and it will return to me the public URL that Supabase stored that image. Now the file path we already have. It's the one that we used to create the file. So I'll just pass that, and then over here we can access that URL by grabbing back the data, and then when we insert the data to the post table, now we don't just insert the posts object. We insert everything in the posts object plus the new what's the name? The new like field that we just added. Let's check out what the name of it is. It's image URL. We add that as well to it, and we'll say image URL is equal to data. And this data, actually we need to change the name of it since there's two datas now. So let's call the storage one as the public URL data, and we'll call this, and we'll say dot public URL to access the URL. And now this should work. Let's check it out. I'm gonna add a title to this. Let's call it sample. Then I'm gonna add a random content. I'm gonna select an image. Let's pick this one, and I'm gonna click on create post. Let me just open this up so you guys can see. We are gonna get an error, I'm assuring you. Now, why are we getting an error? The error is that, again, it violates row level security policy, because remember, we didn't set up the row level security policy for the storage bucket that we just created. Now, we can see that like the creation process handled everything perfectly, because even though like we failed on adding the image to the storage, so the creation of the post didn't happen. Now, to create a policy, you go here to policies, and you click on the other policies under storage objects, and you click on get started quickly for us to just choose a policy from a template. Now there's a bunch of them that you can select. I'm going to select the enable insert access for authenticated users only, and I'm going to click on use this template, and I'm reviewing it and I'm saving the policy. Now let's test this out again. I'm going to open this up and let's see what happens. I'm going to click on create post, and yeah, it actually uploaded the image. It returned back the URL, and we should see that if I go back to our storage and I click on post images, we now have that image that I just uploaded as an image in our storage. And on our table, we should see that there's an entry with that URL in the image. Now, I'm going to copy and paste the CSS for this page right now so that it stops looking really ugly, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. I added here the CSS for this page. This is what it looks like. Again, just copy it from the description, but this is what the page looks like now. A lot better, right? Now this also shouldn't be here on the left. To fix it, we just add the stylings for this page, which should look a little bit like this, right? It should now look a lot better. It has the title with a little bit of a gradient, and everything looks fine. Now, one thing I want to do is I want to leverage some of Red Query's cool functionalities and display the error and the pending state as we try to submit this form. So from the use mutation, we can actually get an is pending and a is error like information. And down here, we can show that information in case that happened. For example, below the create post button, I'll check is error equal to true. And if it is, I want to display a paragraph tag that will say error creating post. Now, I'll add some really quick styling here. I'll just make it red. But we also want to put one while it's creating. And what I usually do is I actually put the pending state as part of the button label. So I'm going to say is pending equal to true. If it is, then I'll make the button label say something like creating and 3 dots. And if it's not true, meaning that they're not currently trying to create a post, then it will just be the default create post. So let's check to see how this looks. I'll try to add a new post. Let's type whatever here. Let's select a new image. I'll put this one and I'll click on create post. You should see that this shows the pending state, and when it's done, it returns back to what it was before. We can check here that adding a new post also worked. Now we have a lot of the functionality for creating the post done, so we can start building the functionality for displaying each of the posts. So we have here, and I'll note to you guys already, this table will change again. Like there's a lot that will go on to a lot of updating the tables, because I want to build all of this as if I was building from scratch, right? So showing you guys all of the thought process behind everything, and I think that this is the best way to understand it. But we will make some changes to this table, so I wouldn't worry about making some fake data or some cool like spending a lot of time trying to generate data just for the sake of it, because we will change this. So now, how do we display the list of posts that we create from here inside of the home page? So to do that, let's go back to our code and let's go to and I'll close all of this. Let's go to the home component. So in this home component, I want to do something similar to what I did with the create post one. I want to put a title here. Let's put a h2 title, and this will say, basically in the home page, we'll just show like the recent posts in order. So I'm going to say recent posts. So it's kind of like a timeline, similar to how Instagram used to be, where it just shows the latest post that someone did. And then we're going to have a div, and we're going to call a component called post list. This component is going to be used whenever we need to display a list of posts. So I'm going to come over here and create the post list component. And this component, we'll just create it. It will actually be very simple because we're going to create another component that will go into more detail basically when we loop on the list of posts. But we'll return now just a div because we don't have really any data yet. But basically what we want to do with this component is we want to fetch the data from the table. And when we get that data, we want to loop through it. And for each item on the list, we want to basically call a post item component that we're going to create. Now, we'll start off by just trying to fetch the data for the posts. And to do that, we have to create or use a hook from 10stack query. So I'm going to say import from 10stack React query, and I need to import the use query hook. So it's very similar to the use mutation hook, but it's different because it is used to get information, so to query a data. So the use query hook requires two things inside of here. The first one is it requires a query key, and the query key is just because React query basically deals with a lot of things related to fetching data and the state of the data, from caching to validating the request, refetching the data, and so on. We need to be able to identify different queries by giving them a unique identifier. So if later on I want to manually edit the data that is returned from this query, I can do so by accessing it through this query key. So I'm going to pass here an array, and the reason why it's an array is because you can pass multiple items to this query key and make the query key be a combination of those. You'll see what I mean later. But basically, this query key for this, we can just give a name, a generic name to what this query will do. And in this query, we're going to fetch the list of posts. So I'm going to call this query posts. Then I'm going to pass a query function, and this query function will have to create over here. And we'll call it fetch posts because it is going to fetch a list of posts. And we need to put a return type over here. Now the return type for this is going to be a promise. And this promise is going to return, like I said, a list of posts. But what is a post? Well, we don't have a type for that yet. So I'm going to create here a type called post. And this is a type that we're going to use all over our app whenever we need to basically have access or make any changes to a post item. So I'm going to copy this, put it over here. And at the bottom here, right now, we'll just return an empty object just because, so this error will go away. Now I'm going to copy this function and I'm going to put it over here. And we can use this new post type, which, by the way, this actually is a list, right? Because it's a list of posts. So I actually need to make this into an array. But we need to use this new post type to basically define the type for this query. So the use query hook is going to have two things that we need to define and cast as a type. The first one is what is going to be the data type. So like we know, it's going to be an array of posts. So I'm going to say post array. Now the other option that might return is an error, right? In case there's any errors in the request. So I'll put an error here. Now I just realized I put the query function inside of the the brackets of the array. So don't do that because that wouldn't make sense. But basically, this is what we want. Now this use query hook is going to return information like the data, which will be the list of posts, any error that has occurred, and is if the data is loading or not. So in the process in which we're making the request, this information will be, this Boolean will be true because the data will be loading. Now, before we use any of these, we actually need to make the fetch posts function do something, right? So we need to make it such that it will fetch the list of posts from the posts table and return it to us. So how do I do that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize the Supabase function, which we've used multiple times now, and I'm going to specify that we want to execute some query from the posts table. Then, what kind of action do we want to execute? Well, I want to execute a select. Now, you can put here what you want to select, and to select every item from a table, you put an asterisk, as you can see over here. Now, we can even define the order of how we want the data to be returned. Since this is like a timeline page, right? We want to see the most recent posts appearing first. We want to basically say that we want to order this. So order. And we put that we want to order it based on the created at field, so the created at column, and we can specify that we want it to be ascending or descending. But basically, there's only an ascending field, so we'll say that ascending is equal to false, meaning that it will appear in a descending order. Perfect. Now this will return back to us the data or an error, which, by the way, we have to await this request in order to get that back. But basically, this will return back either data or error. We'll handle if there's an error, and basically just throw a new error if that's the case with the error message. And if that's not the case, then we'll just return the data. Now we can specifically cast the type if we want to, like say something like asked post array, but I'm sure that the data that is going to come back, it is going to be of this type. Now, let's handle what happens over here. Well, we have three states of our query, right? We have a data state, which is when the data is successful. We have an error in case the query is given an error, and the pending state, which is while it is making the request. So let's handle the pending first. We'll put an if statement here and ask if the data is loading. Then I want to return back a div that will basically just say loading posts and 3 dots, and that's basically it. We won't return anything else. If there's an error, then we want to return basically a div that will show that error. So we'll say error and display the error message. But if none of those are the case, then we don't even have to put an if statement, because this will just default to this, and we know that this is the case of the data. Now, to confirm that the data was correctly fetched, I want to do two things. I want to console log the data, this array, just to see if it actually got fetched. Let's see if it will appear in the screen. Let's go to the home page, look at the console, and oh, we forgot to import the post list. So let's import it, go back over here, and yeah, we see two arrays, and this is the format, right? So we see that we get the data from our actual API request. So basically what I want to do is I want to just display this image and see if displaying the information is working. Let me see. Let me put an image here, and let's make the source of this image be the data, and then I'll just get the first image. So I'll say data 0 dot, and let's see what it is. Then it would be image URL. Now, I want to point something out. We haven't actually defined what a post looks like. So this is all giving me errors. I think it will still show me. As I can see, we can see the image that I uploaded when I was creating this post. But it's giving me all these errors because we obviously haven't defined this type. So let's do that. So as of right now, our post basically looks like this. There's an ID, which is a number. There's a title, which is a string. There's a content, which is a string. There's a created at, which it's a day, so it's technically also a string. And then there's an image URL, which is a string. Now, we're going to have more here, obviously, like I said, but we'll leave it like this for now. Now we see here data. Data is possibly undefined. So we'll just put a question mark here. And now we have this thing over here erroring. So I'll just delete this and we'll actually start building how we're going to display each of the posts. So in order to display them, what I want to do is I want to have this div and I want to loop through the data. So I would say data.map, and for each item, we'll have a post over here. So for each item, we'll have a post over here. We're going to display the post item, which is a component which is basically all its purpose is going to be to show us an item, a post item. So it's going to show a little square with the photo, the title, and possibly the content of the post. So let's create the component over here. Let's call it post item, and we will export a const post item. And this component, it's going to be mostly UI. It's going to require some props. So I want to basically define here the props for it. So let's say interface props. And if you think about it, what information do we need in the post item component to actually display the post? Well, we need each individual post. So I'm going to export this post interface that we created, and I'm going to make it such that the props are just gonna require one thing, which is a post. And I'll just destructure that post. Then that means that we need to pass that post to the post item. So I'll pass it over here. I'll pass the post and directly insert it. Now it is giving us an error because it couldn't find it, so I need to import it at the top. Also, I'm going to grab the key here just so we also adapt. So I'll pass the key to each of the items. Now it's giving me another error. It's because we're not returning anything yet, but we'll return here a div just for the starters. And let's think about it. How do we want to display each item? Well, we want to basically have a container div, which is going to encompass the whole component. And then I want to add another div, but this div is going to be self-clothed because this div is just going to be for purely UI. So you don't need to. If you remember in the demo, when you hover one of the cards, one of the post items, it has a little cool like gradient that appears in the back. So that's why I added this div. But after it, we're going to add a place where the author who created this post will be able to display their profile pic. Now we haven't handled that process yet. We haven't added the ability to store the author's profile picture, but we'll do that later. We can add a little avatar in case the image doesn't exist, which is something we would add anyways. So I'm going to just handle that first. I'm going to make this into a link, because if you click on the post item, we want to navigate to a page where it just shows the information about that post item. So we want to make this whole thing into a React Router link so that you're able to do that. Now we'll add a to property over here, and for now we'll just make it go to the /post route, which I don't think even exists. We'll handle this later. But inside of this link, I want to add a div that is going to encompass the whole post. Then I want to put another div inside of here, and this div will be just for the avatar session. So I'm going to put here a comment so you guys can see it. Let's say header, avatar, and title, because I'm going to also put the title of the post here. So inside of this div, we're going to basically just add the div that is going to create the avatar. Then I'm going to add another div, which will add another div inside of it, and we'll display the post.title. So right now we basically just see each title, right? So one of the posts was called a new post, the other one was called sample. Then I'll come back over here. We'll go down 3 parts and we'll go out of the header section. And inside of here, we're going to add the image section. So where we put the banner of the post. So let's call it image banner. And let's make a div and we'll just display. So we'll just put an image tag over here. We'll put the source, and the source of this image is going to be post.image URL. The alt of it, for accessibility reasons, is going to be post.title. I'll just put the title of the post. and this should be good to go. Then below this image banner, you could put the content of the post here as well. But I personally think that it might be better to just keep like the title and an image and not put the content, so that it entices people to click on it, and then it will take them to the page where the content actually is. So I won't put the content directly over here. But this is pretty much it for this component. Obviously, it doesn't look good at all. It looks disgusting. But let's do the magic of adding all the CSS and let's see how it looks. Perfect. So we added here all of the tailwind, as you can see. We also added the tailwind to the post list, just this single div over here. And we added some tailwind to the home page as well. And this is what it looks like. It basically shows the posts like this. Ideally, when we have more posts, it's going to show multiple of them. I think 4 per row, but right now we only have 2. And also I left here a little space because we're gonna add the count for comments and likes when we add those functionalities as well. Now, what we want to do is basically be able to add the ability to click on it and then go to a page that is going to show specific information about the post. So to do that, I want to go back over here and I want to create a new page on my pages folder. This one is going to be called the post page, and it's going to be very similar to the other ones. So I'm just going to copy one, for example, and just paste it over here and then change the name, and I'll delete this import. And I won't put a title on this one. I'll keep it simple. I'll actually just keep it calling a single component, which we're going to create a component called post detail. So let's create that over here, post detail. And this component is basically just going to be a component that is going to display all of the extra information about the post. So it's going to be an individual page with the banner of the post, the title, the content, and also the ability to like, dislike, and also comment on the post. Now, we'll delete all of this over here. And what I want is when we go to the specific post page, right? When we click on this, I want to navigate to a route in which the URL says /post and then / the ID of the post that I just clicked. So I want to basically go to a URL in which the route has a dynamic parameter. Now to do that, I need to define this post page route. So I'm going to come back to our app.tsx and I'm going to create a new route. This new route is going to be a bit different because it's going to have a /post/ and then we're going to put a parameter variable over here called ID to define that we're going to need to pass the ID of the post when we go to this route. Now we're going to say that this leads us to the post page. And to actually go there, let's go back to our post item and let's make it such that when you click on this link, it won't take you just to post now. It will actually take you to the /post/ and then we inject the post ID here. So it will loop through each post. For each post, if you click on it, it will put the correct ID inside of the link. So let's test to see if this works. If I click on this, it does take me to the correct post, but that component is broken. So it isn't working right now. So let's go back over here. Let's import this post detail. Has it been, oh, I didn't change the name here. So let's change it to post detail and let's import it over here. And you'll see that, yeah, if I go to the home page and I click on this, now it doesn't break. Perfect. Now I do need to get the information about which post we are inside of based on this number, right? The ID number. So I need to access this number inside of the post page component. And to do that, we can use the use params hook from React Router. So I'll say const equal to use params, and I can access the parameter. I'll say that the parameter is of type ID, and the ID will be a string, and we can access that ID over here. Now I'm gonna pass this ID as a prop to this post detail component, just so we have access to it inside of here, so we can fetch the details of this specific post. I'm going to pass it like this, but the thing is, This is a string, right? Because we're getting it from the URL. And the ID, as we defined as a type, is a number. So I want to convert this into a number. And in the post detail, I want to say that the props of this component, so I'll say props, is basically just a single type called post ID, and it will be a number. And we'll destructure it from here. Now, how do we fetch the data for a single post, like the full data for a single post based on its ID? Well, we're going to do something extremely similar to what we did with the post list, right? We're going to use the use query hook to fetch some data. So I'm just going to copy this and put it somewhere in my component. And it's going to require a function similar to this one, right? So I'll copy that and put it over here as well. Now the difference is that this use query hook, it won't look for a list of posts. It's going to look for a single post. And we need to import this post type from post list. But yeah, it will look for a single post. Let's import the use query as well. And the second thing is that this array won't be called fetch posts. It would probably be called something like fetch post by ID, right? And it will return a type of promise of a post, and we'll remove the list from here as well. Now let's also import the Supabase type over here, and let's change this request to instead of fetching a list of posts, it will only select one, and it will use the ID that it got from this from the props as a way for us to find that post. Now to do that, I need to make it such that when I pass in the fetch post by ID function that I just created here, it actually takes in an argument. So I'm gonna pass into this query function an inline function that will call the fetch post by ID, passing the post ID as an argument to it, meaning that I have to define that ID here as an argument. So I'll say number, and now it accepts it. Perfect. Now to fetch this from Supabase, we'll do the same thing where we say that we want to access the post table, but when we say that we're selecting all of the elements, we're specifying that we're selecting all the elements in which these two pieces of information are equal. So this EQ over here basically allows you to select items in a table in which certain columns match a certain value. So I can basically only select the items in which the ID column matches the ID variable that I got from the request. So then I don't need to actually order anything because it won't be a list, and I can specify that this will be a single item. And when I get this back, it is going to actually be the individual post that I'm trying to fetch. Now I'll also copy the error handling and the loading handling for this page over here. But what we do with this specific data will be a lot different. Also, we don't want to reuse the same ID or the same key for the query, right? We put posts for the query that fetches a list of posts, but for an individual post, I want to put a post over here. But the thing is, there might be multiple versions of this query that returns different information because it all depends on this post ID. When you have a query that depends on an ID, for example, or some piece of information, you could insert that ID over here. So that if I want to make any changes to this specific version of this query, I just have to pass the ID and the post, and it will only make the changes to this unique version of the query. It's a pretty interesting thing that React Query allows us to do. Now let's do something with this data. So we're basically assuming that this data will return back because we've handled the cases in which it won't. And then inside of here, I want to put an h2 tag right off the bat that will be a title to this page. The title will basically be the title of the post, since this page is primarily meant to just display the information of the post. So I'm going to say data.title and display that title, and we can check to see if it does, and it sure does. Then I'll come back over here, and I want to display the image of this post. So to do that, I'm going to again grab the image. I'm going to pass the source. So I'll say source, and it will be equal to data.image URL. Also pass an alt, which will be data.title. Then I'm going to pass in the content. So the content will be in a paragraph tag. I'll have to put a question mark here, but the content will be in a paragraph tag, and it will literally just be data.content. I can also display some other pieces of information. For example, I can put in the date in which this post was created. So I can say something like, this was posted on, and then I can use the created at field that we have in the post table that will basically convert into a readable version of that date. Because if you look over here, the date looks like this, and it looks very unreadable for a normal user because of all of this. So we can actually format that date by saying new date and passing the data.created at field. Now we can't make this optional. We're actually going to enforce that the type will be like that, and we can use the toLocal date string. So it will localize that string to make it readable. And you'll see that if we go back here, it shows the date in a much more readable way. Nice. It looks like our post detail page is looking good. Now let's add the CSS that will actually make it appear a lot better. Perfect. So we added here. And if I go back here, you can see the title appears at the top. The image appears as a banner. Even though it's kind of pixelated, it's just a picture that I chose. Then the content appears over here, and the date in which it was posted appears over here. Now, obviously, I'm making it look kind of ugly because I didn't really put real information on each post. But if we go to the home page and then we click on another post, it will break. Well, let's check this out. Let me check this. I think honestly, yeah, it's this. We have to return this is loading state, not just do it like that. So I'm gonna return this, and let's check to see what happens. Yeah, now it works. But you can see that we can access each individual post, and it will fetch the data. I noticed that I also might have, if I copy this from this, then yeah, I also need to return in this case. So let me remove this, and let me return here as well. Perfect. Now let's add the ability to, whenever we create a post, also store the profile picture of the user who created that post. So to do that, we're not gonna make any changes to the create new post page because that information is gonna be sent automatically from GitHub. So we're gonna go back to our code over here, and if you remember in our Navbar component, so over here, we do show the profile picture, right? If I do an image over here, you see we do show it through the avatar URL. So technically what we want is we want to make a change in our table to add a field to it that will store the user avatar URL. So I'm going to click over here, and let's add the, actually before doing that, let me delete all of the rows that we have right now. And let's click here, add a new column. Let's call it user. Actually, I'll just call it avatar URL. And let's make it of type text. And let's also make it not nullable. And we'll click save. Perfect. Now let's go back to our code. And when we go to our create post component, if you remember, we have this mutate function over here that calls the create post function. Now this is all dependent. It takes in as an argument a post input, and now we want to add the user avatar as a part of this input. So I'm going to call it avatar URL, and I'll make it string, but it might also be null because the user might not have a URL. So this is not actually something that is technically required. When I mutate it, I do want to pass it, and to pass it, I need to pass the avatar URL, and I get it from the user. Now, how do we get the user? Well, we're going to use the use auth hook that we have, and it's going to give us back the current user signed in. Then I'm going to access that by saying user.user metadata dot user avatar URL. I believe that that's how you say it. Actually, no, let me delete this. It's just avatar URL. And possibly that's null, right? So I'm going to default it to null if that's the case. And now it should go automatically. Let's try creating the post now. let's come over here. Let's create a new post. I'll try to make this more legit. I'm going to choose the image first just to know what I'm going to talk about in the post. Let's choose this one over here. I didn't really see what the image was, so I saw it was kind of blue, so I'll say here, this is a blue thing. Check it out. And then the content will be, blue is my favorite color. I really like it. And then I'll just copy this a couple more times just to make it a bit longer, because previously I was making it short. Then I'll post. There was an error creating the post. Let's check what the error was. Oh, I didn't send. We added the ability to get the avatar URL, but we didn't actually send it. So when we insert the post, go back to when I click create post, and oh, there was an error. Let me check it out. Let me see, create post again. Could not find avatar URL. Oh, I accidentally named this wrong. If you caught this, good job. This should be avatar URL. So let's go back here. Let me click again. Let me choose the file. Again, the blue one, and let me click create post. Now it's successful. Now let's go to the home community. Oh, it's just the ocean. But we don't see the profile pic over here, but we should see the avatar URL as part of the data that was sent. So to actually display that user image, we'll have to come back to our post item over here. And before the default avatar, I actually will now want to wrap this around and basically check to see if the avatar URL is null or not. Because if the avatar URL, if the post dot avatar URL, wait, is post not a, oh, we have to add the avatar URL as part of this. So avatar URL and a string. So if it is null, so if it's not true, if it's true, then we want to do something. If it's not true, then we want to display the default purple avatar. But then we have to put here what we do in case it is not null. So if it is not null, I want to actually show the image. Now the image, it's going to have a source equal to the avatar URL. So I'm going to say post.url, and the alt will just be like user avatar. And you'll see that it will look kind of clunky. It kind of fits everything in the screen, but it's because we need to add the CSS for this. So I'll copy and paste it. So here it is. This is the only class name that I added. And if I go back over here, this is how it looks. It looks pretty nice. As you add more posts, each of them will have the unique profile pic for whichever user created it. Perfect. Now we are pretty much set up with the core functionality. We could expand now with adding some of the other features. We could add the communities feature, but I personally want to make the posts be complete. So there's two parts to the post that we don't have yet, and each of them are its individual feature. The first one is the likes, right? I want to be able to upvote or downvote, so like or dislike a post. And the other one is going to be the comments. Now, I'm going to do the votes first, the likes first, because it is the simplest one, and it's going to teach you guys the skills that we'll need when we actually do the comments. So for the likes, we're going to come over here, and we're going to create here right below the, let's actually go to the post details, not the post item, the post detail. Let's go below the created at date, and let's create the like button component. Now, obviously, this is going to be the like and the dislike button, but you can give it whatever name you want. I'm going to call it like button. And we're going to export a const, call it like button. And let's return just a div. And I'm going to import this component over here. Now, in order for us to be able to like a post, we need to know the post in which we're liking. So I am going to pass the post ID as a prop to this component. So let's just say post ID. Now I have the post ID because it is a prop of this component. Now, this is a bit of prop drilling, but it's not really that big of a deal. I've mentioned this multiple times. It's not a big of a deal if you're prop drilling, because technically it's not actually prop drilling, because I am using the post ID on both components, and I'm not just passing it unnecessarily, but that's beyond the point. I'm going to pass this prop to this prop over here. Now in the like button, we need to create the props type for this prop. So we'll make here the interface, and let's call it props, and it will have a post ID, which will be a number. Perfect. Now the way this component will work is it will have a div as a container. It's going to be kind of like a like and dislike section. Now for the like section, we're going to have a button that will basically either say like or say dislike, right? So each of them for now will just say like, and the other one will say dislike, and we'll put them right next to each other. Now you can make it have the words like and dislike. I personally like to just replace it with a thumbs up and a thumbs down, right? So if we go over here, it looks like this. Obviously you can make it transparent if you want to, but the way I styled this is I'm going to add a background to this button so that we know if the button is clicked or not. So what we want to do is we want to be able to add the functionality to whenever you click on each of these buttons, you give it either a like or a dislike. And I'm also going to display the current count of likes and dislikes right next to them, similar to YouTube. Now to do that, we have to store some information in our database about how many likes and dislikes a specific post has. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, let's go over here and let's go to our table. And let's think of this. We could technically add a new column to this post table, right? Call it dislike count or like count, and that's fine. But honestly, I want to keep like the data separated, because I think like the likes and dislikes are kind of separated from the post. Even though it is associated to a specific post, they can be handled on their own. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on new table, and I'm going to make a brand new table just for the likes. I'm actually going to call it votes, because I don't want to call it likes because there's also dislikes, right? So it's better to give it more of a generic name, but you can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it votes. I'm going to enable row level security, and let's think about how this table is going to be structured like. So we are going to keep a created at, we are going to keep an ID. We're also going to keep a column that is going to relate this row, this item, with a specific post. So we're going to make a relation between this table and the post table. This column is going to be the post ID. So each upvote or downvote, each like or dislike is going to have an associated post ID in which they were presented in. So we're going to call this, we're going to make this of type int4. And we're not going to pass the default value. We're going to change this over here. It is not nullable. And we're going to remove this. And I also want to click on this button over here. This is going to allow us to define a foreign key relation to another table. Now, this is again to emphasize that we are connecting this column of this table to another column of another table, more specifically the primary key of another table, the post table. So I can choose here that I want to select the public post table and associate the post ID from the votes table with the ID of the posts table. So this is going to make that relation. Now we can make some actions that is going to happen if the parent table, so if the post table, if the ID, the post in which the ID is connected to the likes, something happens to it, we can actually take some action on this other table based on it. So for example, if there's a post with a specific ID on the post table, and there's some likes and dislikes on the votes table associated to that post, if that post gets deleted from the post table, we probably want to delete automatically the likes and dislikes associated to that post on this other table. So that's why when on this section over here where it says action if reference row is removed, we want to set to cascade. That will basically happen. It will delete the records from the votes table if their associated post is deleted from the post table. So I'm going to click save over here, and we just associated both tables. Then we also want to associate this table with a specific user to know if a user have liked or disliked a thing yet. We don't want to allow a user to infinitely like a post. So I'm going to put a user ID over here as a field. It's going to be honestly of type text, because I think that's how the user ID is passed on Supabase auth. I'm not going to allow this to be null, and I'm going to click add column, and here's where we're going to store what kind of vote it was. So was it a dislike or was it a like? Now, the way I approach this problem is, if you want to like a post, the vote is going to be a number, so it's going to be an int 4 again, and the value is going to be a 1, right? If you're going to upvote something, you're going to pass a 1 to this column. If you want to downvote, you'll pass a -1. That's how we're going to distinguish upvotes from downvotes. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm going to save this table. It's going to create the new table, and now we can actually implement it. Now I'm going to go back over here to our code, and let's add the use mutation hook from React Query so that we can actually make an insertion to that table. So I'm going to call use mutation, and in here we need to put a mutation function. We're going to call it probably something like vote. I know there's different terminologies that I'm using here, like I'm saying in one part like, and another one I'm calling vote. I hope it's not confusing, but I hope I explained it as well. So we'll make a function called vote, but the thing is, we're going to make it inline so that we can pass an argument to this function, letting the function know if the vote was positive or negative. Now, to make that happen, we're going to create this function over here. Let's call it vote, and it's going to have to be an asynchronous function so that we can actually access Supabase and access the table. Now, the vote value over here is going to be a number, again, either 1 or -1, and we'll pass that value over here. Now, thinking about it, we don't actually need to make this inline, because we can just call this the mutate function individually over here, and they will get this argument. So actually, I'll just pass the vote function over here, and I'll destructure the mutate function, and then when I want to vote positively, which in this case would be here, I would do something like this. I would say mutate, and I would pass a 1. If I want to vote negatively, I would mutate and pass a -1. Perfect. Now in this vote over here, we want to call the Supabase client. And we're going to specifically mention that we're going to do some action on the votes table. I believe that's how I called it, right? Yeah, votes. Now, what the kind of action we're going to be doing is we're going to insert a new vote. Now, that vote is going to have a couple things. It needs to have a post ID, right? So I need to pass in a post ID, which I don't have access to right now. So we need to make it also part of this thing over here, and I'll just pass it whenever we call it. Then what else? Then we need also a user ID, which I also don't have access to, so I need to make it as part of this. Now user ID is going to be a string, and I'll just pass it here. And finally, I need to have the vote, and the vote is going to be equal to the vote value. Now, it's giving us an error now because, yeah, I do think we actually need to make this into a, we need to make this into a bigger, like a function that calls this function. And we'll just get the vote value from this mutation function and pass it as the first value. Then I can call the post ID. I can get that from the props, right? Because we got it from the props, and we passed it down. So I'll pass it here. And then the user ID, to get that, I have to call the useAuth function. So const equals to useAuth. And we're going to get the user back. And with that, I'm gonna say user.id. Perfect. Now this is obviously, we have to handle this in an assertive way. So I'm going to assert this. Even better, actually, let me just correct this over here. I'll remove that. We'll make this into a bigger function, just like this. And I'm gonna check first if the user exists, because if the user doesn't exist, right, I want to actually just throw a new error saying you must be logged in to vote. Something like that. And then I can just remove this, and I need to return this vote because it needs to be returned so that we have this function. And perfect. Now we mutate, we only pass the vote value because that's the only argument we can pass. We can only pass one argument. And then because we make this inline, we have access to the post ID and the user ID directly inside of here. So we can call this vote function. Now from this, we're going to get back, we don't care about anything we're getting back after inserting other than an error, if there was any. So if there were any errors, I'll check it. And I'll throw that error. So I'll say throw new error, and I'll say error.message. Perfect. Now we can go back here. I can click on these buttons, but I'm not going to do it yet. We have to add the RLS policy for this. And this policy is going to require us to be able to read for all users, similar to the other one. We're also going to allow them to insert for authenticated users only. You're only able to vote if you're authenticated. But now, when we actually, when we like a post and we want to unlike it, so we're technically updating something in the table. We're updating our like to either a no like or to even a dislike. We can actually go from liking to disliking if we want to. So I want to add a policy for the update method in this table. So when I click on the, actually I'll just write the policy over here. I'll select the insert one and model it off after that. So this should be fine. I'm gonna change this to update, and inside of here we can actually say basically that we want to only allow users who are authenticated to make updates. So to say that they're authenticated, I'm going to say using auth.uid and asserting that it's not null. And with the check that if it's not null, the UID, which is a text, will be equal to the user.id of the person making the request. Now, the reason why we're making this manually is because they don't have a specific rule for what I'm trying to accomplish. So I'm going to click Save Policy. And oh, I forgot to change the name of this policy. So I'm going to call it Enable Update. I need to change the name here. So Enable Update for authenticated users. Perfect. Now let's go back over here and let's live a like. Let's see how this looks like. If I click on this, it should make a request. And now on the table, if I go back over here, table editor, and go to votes, we should see a new entry and we should see that it was positive. This is great because it correctly asserted. Now let's test for the negative route. Let me go to a different post, which I don't have. So let me create a different post here real quick. Let me select the photography thing. Let me just put a simple title. Honestly, I'll just put whatever here. And let's create a post. Now, when it's done, let's come over here and let's click on the photography title one. And let me try downvoting it and let's see if it registered. And yeah, it registered and it was a -1. Perfect. Now, what we want to do is we want to add the ability for us to change the value in a row. So for example, this specific vote over here, it is a vote that is associated to a certain post ID and with a certain user ID. So if that user goes ahead and goes to that same post and it's the same user and they decide to change their vote or even click the vote button again, what is going to happen? Well, if they click it again, basically we want to unlike that. We want to remove that row. But if they click the other one, right, if they click negative and they had positive before, they're trying to dislike instead of liking, we don't want to delete that row. We actually want to update their row's value for the vote column. So to do all of that, we have to come over here to our mutation function, right? And this vote function over here will become a lot more complex than what it is right now. Because right now, all we're doing is when you click on that button, it creates a new row and it either puts it as a like or a dislike. But now, before we even do that, we have to check to see if that vote already exists. So we're going to call over here Supabase. We're going to say await Supabase. And we want to access the votes table. And from this table, we want to select every single item in it. And we want to select all the items in which the following conditions are true. The first condition is that the post ID is equal to the post ID of the current post that we have. And the second condition is that the user ID is equal to the user ID of the user who is trying to give the like or the dislike. Now, if those two conditions are met, then we know that a vote is already existing in that table. So then we need to know, are we for some reason trying to unlike a like that we've put before, or are we trying to actually dislike a like that we currently have? So we also want to specify that probably this is going to be just a single return. So Supabase actually has this maybe single function, which as you see from the name, it describes that it will return data as a single object instead of an array of objects. Like it knows that there's only one, but also it knows that it might not return anything because there might not be an actual vote. So we get back this, the data. Now we'll change the name of the data to existing vote so we can get a better description for it. And what we'll check is, okay, if we find something back, right, this maybe single will make it into a not nullable object. It will return the actual row with the vote. But if there's nothing in the table, it will return null. So we can check if existing vote is true, meaning that there is a vote in the table, then we want to check if the existing vote is equal to the vote value that we currently want to do. So let's put a comment here so we think about this correctly. If I have already liked this post, so already liked, and I click the like button again, then I want the vote value to be 0 or delete that row, right? I don't want there to be a vote. It means I unliked the post. But if it is a like currently and I click on the dislike, I want it to become -1 instead of 1. So what I want to do here is I want to check to see if the existing vote, right, that is on the table, .vote, so we can access the actual vote row, if that value is equal to the vote value, meaning is it equal to what we're trying to do right now, then we want to delete that row from the table. It's like we're just unliking the post instead of disliking it. So I'm going to copy this over here. I'll actually copy this because it's more similar to what we're going to do, just so I don't have to waste time rewriting it. And what I want to do is I want to say from votes, but I don't want to insert. I actually want to delete. Now, the delete function doesn't require anything to go inside, but we have to specify which row we want to delete. And we want to delete the row in which the equation, right, of the ID of that row is equal to the existing vote.id. So we're just deleting the exact vote in that case, meaning that it will just return to its normal state. Now, we want to get an error because if there's an error, we want to return that. So I'll throw a new error and I'll just show the error.message so we get an idea. Now, we'll handle the error state, but let's put an else over here because if this else is actually not for this if statement, it's for this one. So if it's not equal to the value, it means that we're either unliking or we're either disliking when it was a like or we are liking when it was a dislike. So if that's the case, then let's actually copy this logic over here and I'll copy the error message as well. Let's paste it over here. But instead of deleting, we want to update. And we want to update the vote property to be equal to the new vote value. Now we'll keep this equation over here because we want to update for the vote with this specific ID. We'll also throw an error over here and that should be fine. Now, what do we put on the else case of this big if statement over here, right? Which is the if existing vote happens. Well, the if statement on or the else on this is literally what we already have down below. If there isn't an existing vote, then we insert the vote from scratch. Perfect. This should make all of the logic for voting and liking and unliking work. Now, I'll come down here and this should be good to go. Let's test to see if this is working, right? Let's come over here. This post, I believe I unliked, right? I disliked. If I click on dislike now, what should happen is this row should disappear, and it didn't. So maybe there was an error message here. Let's check this out. Network, let me unlike it. It should have deleted it, but it didn't. So let's try actually, oh, maybe it did after a while. Did it? No. Let's try actually liking it instead. Let's see what happens. Let's see if this changes to a positive value. So it does. So there's something wrong with our delete statement. If I were to come to this one over here, and this is a positive, if I click on like, does it delete? It doesn't. So there's only one thing wrong. Now, I just realized, I think that the delete, we didn't add any RLS policy for the delete. So that's definitely the reason why. So we have auth policies for update, for select, and for insert, but we didn't create one for delete. So let's come over here and let's go to delete. This means that, yeah, okay. This over here is a good one. It will enable us to delete only things that are associated for users with their specific user ID. So I can save this policy. And okay, no operator matches this value. So I get this error. I think what I can do is I can cast this value over here to be a text so that it will work for us. And then I'll click save policy. And yeah, now we successfully added the policy for the delete. Now let's test this out. Let me go back to my table over here, table editor. Let's go to votes and let me try unliking this. So it's a like. Let me click on this and hopefully that row should be deleted. Yeah, okay, perfect. And yeah, now we're able to unlike. If I click on this, it will also delete this one, as you can see. So we pretty much have the logic of inserting a vote pretty much done. But what I want to do though is I want to display the amount of votes, right? I want to display the amount of votes of in general, not even just yours, but for all of the positive votes and all of the negative votes in this page, right? So to do that, I'm going to go back over here and I want to make a query. We have a mutation, but I want to make a query. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it above this. Let's change it to a use query hook. And I'll get the data instead of a mutate. I'll change this to a query function. And we also need to pass in a query key. This query key will basically give it a key of votes, but we'll also specify that it is the votes for this specific post ID, right? So we only want to change that specific query in case we want to do something with this, which we will eventually, you'll see. But on this function over here, I actually want to do something really cool. I want to remove all of this and I want to return the fetch votes function and I want to pass the post ID directly to it. Now we have to create that fetch posts function somewhere here. I'll create it right above this. So fetch votes and it will take in a post ID, which will be I think it's a number actually, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Let's check this out. And we have to specify what it's going to return, right? It's going to return a promise that will be a vote array because it's going to select all of the votes for this specific post from that table. And then we're going to do some calculations to know how many of them are positive and how many of them are negative. So we need to create this type over here at the top and we'll call it a vote. So interface vote. And this type will have an ID, which will be a number. It will have a post ID, which will also be a number. It will have a user ID, which is going to be a string in this case. And then we'll have a vote, which will be a number. Now, we've already been passing this. Why is it? Oh yeah, we have to return something at the bottom or else that will give us an error. Now, what do we want to do here? Well, we want to select. I'm going to copy this logic we have over here so we don't have to rewrite this. But we want to write a select statement for Supabase. And I need to make this async. And this select statement, we're going to select from the votes table. We're going to select all, but the only condition we want to keep is the post ID equation, or the assertion, right? That we only want to select all the elements for this post ID. Now, we don't want to only select one, so I'll remove the maybe single. We want to select an array of it. So when we get this back, we'll get back a data and an error. We don't have to cast a name to it because, I mean, it's inside its own function, so we know its purpose. But we'll also write here, I should just copy this. We want to throw an error if that's the case. Now, in the end, we want to return the data, and we want to cast the vote array type to it because that's how we know that it's going to be. Now, in the use query, we want to give it a type. The type will be vote array, and the type here will be error. Great. Now, when we get back this data, I want to change the name to votes so that we're less generic in our own component. And I want to show you guys something cool in case you want to do this. With React Query, like for example, votes, they can be very different, right? Like on YouTube, for example, if you go to YouTube, I don't think they show the dislike count anymore, right? I'm not sure if they show the like count as well. I think they do, maybe. But yeah, that's the thing. That data quickly gets outdated, right? Because you might be in the page watching the video might be 40 minutes long or super long like this one, and maybe that data is outdated. So you can, with React Query, you can set a refetch interval, which will allow you to specify a number in milliseconds of how long you want it to keep refetching the data. So I'm not sure if you would want to do this in this case, but I'm going to show it to you guys as an example. I could put 5,000 milliseconds, and what we'll do is 5,000 milliseconds is 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds, it is going to refetch the fetch votes function, and it's going to select data from this array, from this table, and it will update the data for us automatically. So no need for us to do anything else. It's going to keep refetching it and updating the votes, even though the user doesn't have to refresh their page or anything. It will do that automatically. So that's a cool thing I'm going to leave here because I think it will add an aspect to it, but obviously it's more queries that you're doing every 5 seconds. So if you want to save money in case you're thinking long term, you could check out the cost benefit of doing something like this. Now we are getting here information about the votes in itself as well. So I'm gonna grab a isLoading and an error class, similar to what we've done multiple times already. I want to actually I want to copy this too, and let's come back here, and I want to handle those two cases before anything, right? So over here. Now, if those cases are handled, right, and I'll change the name here to loading votes. And then if those cases are handled, then I want to display the number of likes and the number of dislikes next to this. So I want to have a variable that will be called likes, and I want to have a variable that is going to be called dislikes, all right? Or votes and upvotes and downvotes, whatever terminology you want to use. Now, to find that out, I want to create here a likes variable, and I'm going to be using the filter array to do this. In order for us to calculate how many of the votes or likes from this fetch that we just did is positive, all we have to do is we have to loop through that array by using the filter function, and we'll filter out all of the ones that are positive. And that's how we know how many likes there are, because if we just get a length of the array of only positive likes, votes, then we are able to find out the amount of likes. So I'm going to filter through this array, and with the filter function, I can just specify that I want to keep only the items in which the vote column is equal to 1, meaning only the positive ones. And in the end, I'll just set the length equal to the likes variable to find out how many of them there are. Now, obviously, since this is maybe nullable, right, we want to default a value. I'll just default it to 0 in case that's the case. And for dislikes, it will be something extremely similar, but this will be -1. And we can check to see if this works. I'll come back here, and yeah, great, it works. But it doesn't actually, you don't know if it works or not because, I mean, there isn't any like in the table, right? So let's try this out. I'm going to click this button. What happened? Nothing. But if we come over here, we do see that it was created. I came back and it changed. It is because it passed 5 seconds of the refetch interval that I mentioned to you guys. But I want it to happen automatically. How do I make it happen automatically, right? If I click on this dislike button, I want it to change to dislike. And I don't want to wait 5 seconds for that to happen, which was what just happened. To do that, we're gonna utilize one of the most interesting parts of React Query, which is the whole concept of invalidating a query when we know that it's not valid anymore. So for example, when we are done with this mutation, right? So if there's an unsuccess for this mutation, then we know for sure that the number of likes and dislikes is wrong because something happened, some change happened there that was caused by us. So that query is not valid anymore. So we need to say to React Query that query is invalid and tell it to refetch or change that data. So on the unsuccess of this mutation, this will run after the mutation is successful. We want to invalidate this query. And to do that, we have to use the use query client hook that comes from React Query. Then somewhere in our component, probably up here, we want to grab the query client. So I'll say use query client and I'll get it. And with this query client function, we can invalidate any query that we want. Now it is an invalidate queries function. So you can possibly pass multiple queries if you want to, but we're only going to pass one. And we can specify it by saying query key. It will require an array. And the array of queries that we want to invalidate is the one with this key over here. Now look what happens when I do that. I don't have to do anything else. If I click on this, it will be automatically because it was done, the mutation was successful, and it refetched the data to show that. Perfect. It means that our thing is basically working. Now, there's one more thing I want to do, but to do that, I want to add some styling to this page. So I'm going to cut to when I have added the CSS for this whole page, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. I just pasted here the CSS, and you can immediately note that there's an error here, and there's this random variable called user vote that we don't have. Now, in order to show you guys how it's going to look like, I needed to edit already with this. What we're doing here is I basically added a border, like a background to the button. I don't want it to just be that little thumbs up. I mean, it would be nice if it was just a thumbs up, but I want to show you guys how to know if you've already liked something or not when you go into that page. And the only way I thought of doing that was just adding a background and changing the color of the background depending on whether or not you've already liked that post or already disliked it. So if you've liked the post, then the background of the like button will be green. And if you've already disliked a post, and the background of the button will be red. So this is the logic that is happening here. Now, the only way to know this is if we set a value for this user vote. And I'm going to show you guys how to do that. To do that, you literally need to just use the find function from a JavaScript. I'll change this to user vote. What we're looking here is we're looking for the vote for the user, right? So has the user voted at all in this thing? And if they did, here we'll put conditions. If the vote that they did was 1, make the like button be green. If it's -1, make the dislike button be red. So the way we're going to find if the user voted or not is we're going to look through the votes array and we're going to look for a vote in which the user ID is equal to the user.id that we have already from the user object up there. Now we're not looking for a length here. We're actually, when we find that user, we want to access their vote. Perfect. Now we don't have to default it to 0 because if there isn't anything, then it will just default to whatever the default button is. But if we go back over here, you see it makes the button red if I've already disliked it. If I click here, it makes it green, and I can click on this to unlike it. Perfect. Now we have this beautiful logic that we can play around with if we want to. Now, I think we pretty much finished the voting, the liking section of this website, and there's a lot more for us to actually continue. If you want to take a break at this point, feel free to do so, but we're getting a little bit more intense now, so be prepared. What I want to do now is I want to add whatever goes below this. I want to add a comment section, and this is an interesting part because we're going to make it very, very interactive. Where we're going to make it very similar to how Reddit is. And if you're familiar with Reddit, you know, you can collapse different sections and you can reply to comments. So it's definitely something that is interesting for you to understand. So to do that, we're going to come here to our post detail component, right? Where we put our like button, and we're going to add another component here, which will be the comment section. So I'll say comment section, we'll make a post ID out of it, and yeah, perfect. Now let's create this component. I'm gonna come here and let's create the comment section component. And it will also have a post ID. So I'm going to create here an interface, call it props, and already define how the props are going to be like. It will have a number as the post ID, and we'll just create here the comment section component, which will grab the post ID from it, and we'll set the props here, and we'll just destructure this, and I want to export this as well. And at the bottom, let's just return a div just for now, and let's grab this and import it here so we don't get any errors. Perfect. Now this component is probably going to be the most complicated component out of this project. I'm telling you right now, because it has a lot of nuances that the other ones doesn't. How do we make the component tree? How do we make it such that different parts of it are collapsible? So I'm going to try my best to go as in detail as possible, and try your best to stick along as well. So we're going to start off by just building the section where you're able to write a comment, right? It's simple. We're going to add here an H3 tag that is going to say comments, right? To display the comments section. Then we want to check to see if the user is logged in or not, because if the user is logged in, then we want to allow them to actually write a comment. But if they're not, then we'll show just a little paragraph tag saying that you need to be logged in. Now to do that, we'll just again use the useAuth component that we created, or the useAuth hook, I'm sorry. So useAuth, and we'll grab here the user information. Now if the user is true, then we'll render something. If not, then we'll render something else. Now, what we're gonna render here, I'll just put it already. Let's just render a paragraph tag, like I said, that will say, you must be logged in to post a comment. Now, I know it's all broken here, but just wait a second. Here, if the user is logged in, then we want to allow them to write a post. So I'm gonna put a form in this case. Now it's not broken anymore. In this form, I want to add a text area. This text area is where you're going to be able to write the comment. Now, inside of it, we want to set, first of all, the amount of rows that you want to allow. Now, this is just semantic reasons. I want to put that a comment should only be 3 rows at max. So they're not like massive comments. Who likes reading massive comments? Unless you guys comment on my video. So yeah. Then what I want to do is I want to put a placeholder, and I'm going to say something like write a comment. And then this should be good. We just want to put a button here. And this button will say post comment, and it will have a type of submit. Perfect. Now we want to deal with this we want to allow user to be able to create this comment. So to do that, we're going to create here a function called handle submit. And this function is what's going to be called when you submit this this form. So I'll put an on submit here, and let's comment the handle submit function. Now, in order to do any of that, right, where are we going to store the comments? That's a good question, if you ask that. Where are we going to put that comment? Well, we're going to put it in our database, but there's no place for us to do that in our database right now. So we definitely want to create a place in our database that is going to store all of the comments. And the place that we're going to do that is the comments table. So we're going to create here a table. Let's create a new table over here, and we're going to call it comments. So comments, and we are going to enable row level security. We are going to let the same 2 things. We're going to keep an ID and a created at. I usually recommend always keeping those. And we're going to add more columns. Now the columns here are going to be interesting. So this column over here is going to be the post ID, right? So we want to associate each of the posts with a specific post ID. So I'm going to reference the posts table, right? And the publics, actually, I'm going to have to write a name here. So I want to call this the post ID column. And we're going to click on this, and we want to associate to the posts table, this post ID column, with the ID table from the posts table. Now, we again want to cascade if there's a deletion, and we'll click save. Perfect. Now, we don't want to allow this to be nullable because each post needs to have a post ID. Like each comment needs to have a post ID, right? Because Where else would you be commenting if not in a post that has an ID? Now, perfect. We made a connection between a comment and a post. But what if you're replying to a comment? Then maybe it's not that you're gonna have a post ID to relate to, but maybe you're gonna have a comment ID to relate to, right? If a reply is just a comment that is related to another comment, to a parent comment. So we're gonna have to keep track of that parent comment ID. So I'm gonna create that and I'm gonna link it to the comments table, which I don't see it over here. I think we need to create the table first? That's kind of bad, but yeah, maybe. So just know that when we create this table, we're gonna have to add this new parent comment ID. It's because usually I create my tables with like SQL queries, but I'm showing you guys how to do it with the UI, so that if you're not familiar with Postgres, then you don't have to learn Postgres for this. But I'm gonna delete this for now, I apologize, but we're gonna add that in a second after we're done with this. So before we continue further with that, let's add another column here, and let's call it the content, right? So this is gonna be a column that is gonna be a text. It's just gonna be, what is the comment? So what is the comment content? And again, this can't be null because you need to write a comment if you're writing a comment. Then I'm gonna add another one. This one is gonna be a user ID one. So I'm gonna say user ID, and similar to the other ones we have, it's gonna be of type text. And I'll also make it non-nullable. You need to have a user making a comment. Then the last one is just gonna be author. I wanna use the user's username for this one. And I'm gonna choose text over here for this one as well. And this one, okay, I'll tell you guys something. You can leave it as nullable. I'm using GitHub, so most likely if you're logging in with GitHub, we will have access to the user's username because we're getting the user's username through the metadata of GitHub. But if you're using some other service for authentication, then maybe that service doesn't have a username, so maybe allow it to be nullable. But for this project specifically, we're gonna prevent it to be nullable. Now, perfect, we can just click save and we can add the table. Now that the table has been added, we can actually add a new column to this table. So I'm gonna come over here and click edit table. And we wanna add a new column. This column is gonna be the parent comment ID column that I went on a whole rant explaining why we need it. But because this comments table didn't exist yet, there was no way for us to link it to itself. See, this is why I had to do it later. But basically, I want this parent comment ID column to be a reference to the ID of the comments table. So you can have a comment that is a child of another comment, right? And we definitely want to cascade it. If a parent comment is deleted, we want to delete all of the replies that are associated with it. So I'm going to save this, and we now have this new beautiful parent column. But one thing though, this can be null. I'm not going to take out the is nullable. This can be null. It's actually important that it is null because if you're writing the parent comment, then there's no parent comment ID, right? So let's save this and let's let it go. Now we want to add some policies to this. This project I'm building here, we don't allow users to delete or update their comments because that's just not part of the scope of the project, but you can definitely add that if you want to. So for our purposes, we just want to allow users to select and read different comments and also to create different comments. So I'm adding those two functionalities to our table. Now we're pretty much set to be able to create a comment. So let's go back to our code and let's write the logic for the function that is going to be called when we click the handle submit function. So what we want to do first is we want to keep track of what the user is typing on this text area. So to do that, I'm going to create a state that I'm actually going to create it up here that is going to be called the new comment text and a set new comment text. This is going to be a use state and it's going to be of type string, and it's going to be by default an empty string. Then over here, when you type on this text area, so when there's a change on it, we want to call the event function, and we want to run the set new comment text to be equal to the event.target.value. Perfect. Now we also want to set the value of this to be equal to the new comment text. Now we are able to keep track of that value when we call the handle submit function. So let's go to our handle submit here, and let's right off the bat, let's get the form event from this. So I'll say e is equal to react.form event, and let's prevent default. So I'll say e.prevent default so we don't refresh the page. Now, what is the first thing we want to handle? Well, first of all, if you're calling this function and there's no new comment text, right, then return. We also probably want to make the button even disabled if there's nothing. So I'll put disabled if no new comment text. So we should see that if I go over here, I'm not even sure if it's already showing. Yeah, the post comment, we can't even click it. If there's nothing, if I comment it, then I can click it. I mean, the UI doesn't really show anything, but you know what I mean, right? So we're disabling it if there's nothing in the comment. Now, what is the next thing we want to do after that? Well, the next thing is we want to call the add comment mutation. Now, if you're familiar with what we've done so far with mutations, you know that we'll use a mutate function here, and we don't have it yet, but we'll have it in a second. I just want to give you guys a context. When we call this mutate function, I want to pass in two things. I want to pass in the content, right? So the new comment text, we'll pass it like this. And I want to also pass the parent comment ID, because to associate this comment with being a parent comment, we just need to know that the parent comment ID will be null. And to associate a reply to a parent comment, we just have to pass some ID for that comment. So that's how we differentiate both of them, right? So when we create our mutation, we have to make sure it looks like this. So let's do that. I'm going to come over here. We'll call the use mutation hook. And in the use mutation hook, I want to pass in a mutation function. Now this mutation function will require us to get from the argument of it the new comment, which is this object that we are passing over here to the mutate. Now this new comment will have the following format. We need to give it a type. The type will be, it will contain a content, which will be a string, and it might or might not contain a parent comment ID, right? So we'll say parent comment ID might be a number or null. So why are we doing that? Because then with this, I can actually come over here after this parentheses, and I can create the function inside of here. Now this function, all it's going to do is it is going to call this other function we're going to create called create comment. And this is going to be an async function that will take in a couple arguments to it. Now, what arguments do we need? Well, we definitely need this type over here, which, by the way, I'll create as an interface just because we need to separate it and it looks kind of ugly over there. So I'm going to call it new comment, and we'll make it, instead of writing all of this, I'll just make new comment be of type new comment. Now, in this create comment function, we're going to get back a new comment over here, which will have that type. But when we create a comment, we also will need to have some information that are only accessible inside of this component. So what information is that? Well, first of all, we need to know what the post ID is. So I'll add a post ID here as a type. So that will be a number. And what else? We probably need to know the user ID and the user's username. The reason for both is because there's a user ID field in the table and there's an author field in the table. So let's write here user ID, and that will be a string, and we'll also have a author or whatever, and that will be a string as well. So it's a pretty big function, right? Now, when we call the create comment function over here, we actually don't even need to create that. We can just return it because we have to return it, remember? Now we have to pass a new comment first, which we get from the mutate function, right? That's why we have this as an argument. We get it from here. And by the way, I'll just get the mutate here directly so that stops erroring. And we also need to pass in a post ID, which we get from the props. Then we need a user ID and an author. Now the user ID will be user.id, and the author name will be actually we don't need to put author there. We just say user.user metadata dot username. And it has to be like this. Perfect. Now, let's check this out. This is giving us errors. Now, the reason for that is because this can be undefined and we're casting into a string. So I'm going to set it as optional, right? I'll set both as optional. And first thing we do when we get here is we need to check to see if the user ID or the author are null. Because if that's the case, then we want to throw an error over here. We want to throw new error that will say you must be logged in to comment. I mean, ideally, we already handled that down here, right? We don't even show the form, but we definitely want to protect ourselves against any situation. So we'll handle that over here. And now we're asserting that user ID and author are true. And then instead of this, we want to call an insert function from Supabase. So I'm going to say const, we'll get the error. We'll set it equal to await Supabase, which will import Supabase automatically. We'll specify that now we're working with the comments table. And we'll click the insert function. I put that in the wrong place, so insert over here. And what we want to insert is the following. We want to insert a post, which is going to have the post ID field, which will be equal to the post ID we get from the function. Then the content from this thing will be equal to the new comment dot content. The parent comment ID will be equal to the new comment dot parent comment ID, or we can default it to null if that's the case, I don't know. And then user ID over here will be equal to user ID from the function. And finally, author will be equal to author from the function. So this should be good to go. When we insert the comment, we should create the comment correctly, and we'll handle if there is an error. We'll just throw a new error with the error.message. Now, what do we do now? Well, when we come here to our handle submit function, we'll call this mutate function over here. And after it's done, we want to set the new comment text to be equal to an empty string to refresh the form. Now, we also want to handle the pending state and the error state, right? So for the mutation, we'll grab an is pending and we'll grab an is error. Now, down here in the comments, right, I want to use the is pending for this button label. So while you're commenting, well, like the button label, after you press the button and we know that it is mutating, then we want to show a text that says something like posting. But if it's not pending, meaning that you've never posted before or you haven't clicked the button yet, then it will show post comment. Now below this in the button, we want to also handle if there is an error. So we'll just ask, is error equal to true? Because if it is, then I'll just show a p tag that will say error posting comment. And to be honest, I don't think I need to show the error message here because of the real estate that we have on this area. Perfect. Now let's test it out. I'm going to just add some styling to it so it looks a little bit better, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. As you can see, I added the styling. Let's go back over here, and you can see it's a beautiful little styling. Now let's write a comment. Hey, this is a really nice post. Let's click the button. I assume that when I click on it, it will change to posting, and then immediately it finished. Obviously, we don't see anything because we haven't added the functionality yet, but when I refresh this page, or I did it automatically, we see that the post was added and there's no parent comment ID. That's good. The author name is right. The user ID is nice. And we can even see a post ID in which this associates. And when I click on this, it will even show me what the post is that is referencing. Perfect. Now we're able to write a comment. Now let's work on adding the comments for a post when you go into a specific post page, right? So let's add the comments at the bottom. Now to do that, we basically want to query all of the posts or all the comments in the comments table where the post ID column equals the post ID of the page that you're in right now, right? So to do that, we're going to have to use the useQuery hook to make a request. I'm going to copy this useQuery that we had for the like button because it's going to be very similar. And some things will obviously change. We'll have to import the useQuery hook. We'll have to make a comment type, which I'm going to create it over here. It will be a list of comments. We'll make it near this one. So let's say interface, call it comment, and we might need to access this later on a different component. But so let's export it just in case. Then I want to define what a comment looks like. And a comment looks like this. It has a number. It has a post ID, which is a number. It has a parent post or parent comment ID, which is a number, or it might be null. It has a content, which is a string. It has a user ID, which is a string. It has a created at, which is a string. And it has an author, which we'll make it has to be. So we'll make it not nullable. Perfect. Now let's come down here and let's change a little bit more of this. Let's change this to comments instead of votes, because now we're getting comments. Then let's change this query key to comments, and we'll keep the post ID as the second part of the query key as well. And we'll change this function to fetch comments. And we'll also pass the post ID for this, and I will indeed also keep the refetch interval because it's similar, right? It's there might be comments that appear while you're in the same page. Now, let's create this. Let me come over here and let's create a fetch comments function. It will be async, and it will take in a post ID, which will be a number, and it will return a promise, which is going to be a comment array. And I'm gonna be honest, this function will look very similar as well to the fetch votes function. So I'll just copy this logic and let's put it over here to save time. Now, what are we doing with this fetch comments? Well, the thing we're changing is we're selecting all of the comments from the comments table, and we are indeed making an equation similar to the votes, where we only want to get the comments where the post ID is equal to this. So we only get comments for this specific post, right? Because we're inside of the post page. But the last difference is that we actually want to order the comments in an ascending order. Now we'll order over here. We'll say order, and I want to ascend based on the created at field, and I'll set the ascending equal to true. Perfect. Now at the end, this should return a list of comment, and this should be good to go. Now, what should we do? Well, let's handle the is loading and the error. I'm going to copy the same handling that we've been using so far, and I'll paste it down here. The only thing I'll change is loading comments instead of loading votes, and this should be good to go. Then let's think about where are we going to display the comments. Well, we're going to display it over here below the comment create comment section, right? So I'll just actually come over here and I'll write a little comment, and I'll say create comment section, so you guys can have a better organization for this. And below this, I want to add the actual like comments display section. Now for this section, I want to just grab a div over here, and inside of it, I need to loop through the list of comments, but I need to loop through the list of comments in a very specific way, because comments are not going to be displayed in the same way, right? Not all of them are going to be displayed in the same way. When we generate the UI for this, we kind of want to make a tree-like structure, right? We want to make an array with different items inside of it that associate each other. We want to display the replies underneath the parents, right? So that we make it kind of like what I showed in the demo. So to do that, we're going to have a comment tree. So I'm going to create this variable called comment tree, and this is what we're going to loop through when we are when we're displaying our comments, and actually display each comment individually. Now to create this comments tree, we're going to come up here, and I'm going to create a function somewhere here. Actually, I'll create it above this, and let's call it build comment tree. And this function will take in as an argument a flat list of comments. Now, what do I mean by a flat list of comments? Well, it's just going to be whatever we get back from the API request, right? From the use query hook. It's just a flat list. It's just a list with all the comments. And we're going to transform that flat list into a tree-like structure so we can build the comment section UI. Now, I'll change this. I just realized I called it true, but we'll change it to tree. And at the bottom here, when we want to display it, we'll create this comment tree variable that I'm calling down here. And what it's going to be is, well, if comments is equal to true, so if there's any comments, then we'll call the build comment tree function and we'll pass the comments list here. If not, we'll just default it to an array. So we're just creating this variable, calling the build comment tree function, which will generate that tree of comments, and we're passing it down here. Now it's still going to give us an error, and I'll actually comment this out for a second because this is a list and you can't just like display a list like this. You have to map through it. But let's build the comments tree function before we do that. So I want to write here a little comment that is going to give kind of a breakdown of what this function will do. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a map of each comment which each comment is going to be stored with its unique ID as the key, and each comment is given an extra property, which is going to be the children, which will start as an empty list. So each comment will have a part in this map, in this object, that it's going to have its ID as the key, and the value is going to be a list of its child. This will help us a lot because it will help us quickly find a comment by its ID. So we'll have to make a map of comments. Then we're going to have to organize the different replies. So we're going to use a function that will go through each of the comments again, and if there is a comment ID, a parent comment ID, we will associate it as a reply to another comment. So we need to organize replies. And then finally, we just want to return the tree in its own structure. Now to do that, we'll do the following. First, let's specify what is the return type for this function. So the return type for this function, it is going to be a comment type, but we're going to intersect it with a possibility of there being an object with a children, which is going to be a comment list. Now this is confusing, I understand, but you'll get what I mean as we start writing the function. Now it's either a list of children or a comment with a list at the end. So what this type basically is saying, and I'll need to return something over here, which I'll just return an array for now, just so that error is giving away. Basically, there's two possibilities of what each of the comments are going to look like. Either it's going to be just a list of comments, or it's going to be a list of a comment that has a list of comments inside of it. So we're just turning the array of comments, which are flat, and returning an array of comments with the added optional children property, which will just essentially create this hierarchical tree structure for the comments. So the first thing we want to do with this is we want to create the map that I mentioned here. So to create the map, we're going to be using actually a new data structure, which exists in JavaScript, which we can use, called map. I'm going to call it map. I'm going to set it equal to new map. And this data structure will allow us to specify that the type over here is going to be a key, right? It's going to be the ID of the comment. So it's going to be number. And what it could be as the value is going to be literally this. It can be either a comment or a children with a comment. So this is the type. Now we have to initialize this. So I'm going to put this parentheses here, and I have to close this up. And now we have this new map structure that will represent it. Now the second thing I need to make is the roots. Now the roots, I didn't really mention it that much, but it will be an array that will eventually hold all of the top level comments, those that don't have any reply to, or that, like, they do not reply to any other comment. So we need to keep track of both the replies and the non-replies. So let's create an array called roots, and the type of this array is going to be the same type as we have over here, but we're going to initialize it as just an empty array. Perfect. Now we want to populate this map that we created. Now to populate this map, we have to loop through the flat comments that we have. So I'm going to loop through it. I'm going to say for each, which will just loop through it, and we can access each comment individually, which remember, this flat comments array here is just what we get back from Supabase. Then for each of those comments that we get from Supabase, I want to set a new item to this map that we created. Again, a map looks very similar to an object, right? It acts on basically the same. But we're going to add over here the key, right, which is a number. It's going to be the ID. So I'm going to set the comment.id as the key. And the value is going to be an object that is going to have either, it's going to have actually just the comment, plus it's going to have a children to it. Now, why do we do this? Because we're basically creating this map that is going to have individual comments. So if the first comment is going to be, imagine that we have a comment with a post ID 2, right? So this map is going to look like this. It will have a key of 2, but then the value is going to be all of the information for that comment. So the post ID, the author, all of that, plus, so I'll say comment, plus in the end, it might also have a children's list, which we're going to define, and we'll put all of the replies inside of. So that's how we're keeping track of all the comments as roots, but also their children's. And inside of here, those children's can also have children's inside of them. I know it's confusing, but again, just try to hang on. We're going to get there. Now, after this, I want to loop through the flat comments again. Now, the reason why we're looping through this again is so that we want to build the actual tree-like structure. So I'm going to loop through this. And inside of it, the first thing I want to do is I want to put an if statement here that is going to check for a parent. So for each comment, let's check to see if the comment.parentID is not null. If it is not null, it means that this comment is indeed a reply to another comment. So what we want in this case is to get the parent comment from this reply. So let's create a parent over here. And to get that, we're going to use the map that we just created, right? So I'll say map.get. And I'm going to say comment.parentID. Now, since we made this map have the key as the IDs of each comment, it means that when we say get.parentCommentID, we'll get the actual comment that was the parent. Now, with this parent, we want to ensure that it actually exists. So I'm going to say if parent is equal to true, it will just guard for any potential missing or invalid parent comment ID values. And if that's the case, then I want to add the current comment to the parent's children's list. So I'm going to say parent.children, right, which is the list. And I want to assert that it is true. And I'm going to push a new value to it. Now, this new value is going to be the current comment, right? Now, to get the current comment, remember, it's not just putting the comment here. I could do this and then basically, nice, this would be a map, right, which would have the comment, which have the value of the parent and a comment as the children. But children's to a comment can also have children's of their own. So we want to get the actual value that is on the map for that specific reply. So I need to actually use the map.get and then grab the specific comment with the ID that we have from here. Now, this will give us an error just because it might be null, so I want to assert this value in the end over here. Now, when we're done with this, we want to handle the else case. So what if this isn't a reply? So what if this is a parent? Well, if it is a parent, then we want to push this value to the roots array that we create. So I'm going to say roots.push, and I'll push the map.get with the comment ID. We'll just get it directly, and we need to assert it in the end. So now we have this roots array, which is the parents, and we have all of the individual comments and their replies inside of this map. Now, what do? Well, we just return the roots. And that's basically it. Now, how is this working, right? We just finished this function, but how does it actually work now? Well, the roots will contain an array with all of the parents. And each of the parents, after we get to this point, they will have their own value. So each of the parent comments will have their own information about them, but they will also have all of the individual replies inside of the children property. right? Because we're adding them over here. And inside each of the replies that are in that parent's children will also have a children value to it. So they might have children's of their own. And this enforces the fact that we're building that tree-like structure. So I know this is confusing. If you think my explanation wasn't as good as I could, I recommend either just like really spending some time looking at this, or going to like ChatGPT and pasting this and asking it to explain it for you if you're like a 5-year-old. I do this sometimes. I post, if I don't understand a function or something, I post it on AI and ask it to explain to me in a better way. So feel free to do so. I wouldn't be mad if you did that, but I hope you actually understood. So when we finish that, we'll have this comment tree that is beautifully made. So let's come down here and let's actually make it work. I'm going to destructure this, and we finally can map through each of the values, and we'll get each comment. And for each comment, we want to actually return a component that we haven't created yet called the comment item. Now, this comment item we're going to create, it will have some props to it that we need for the comment. So actually, we'll make a comment prop over here. It will just send back the whole comment so we can have access to it in the comment item component. We also want to have a key, right? But the key, we're going to get it directly from here. So I'm going to get the key and I'll just pass it here. And then we also want the post ID. We want to have access to it directly in this component. So we'll have to drill some props again. So I'll just paste it over here. Perfect. Now let's create that component. I'm going to create here comment item.tsx, and let's export const comment item, and we'll just return a div at the bottom for now, and let's just import it over here so there's no error. Perfect. Now there's an error. Oh yeah, we have to pass in the props for this component. So we'll define here an interface which will be props, and it will take in a comment which will be of type comment, which, if you remember, we exported this type, right, this interface in this component, so we can access it. But we'll also want the post ID, which will be a number, and we'll associate this prop to this component like this, and we'll just destructure the comment and the post ID. Perfect. Now, one thing though, there might be still an error here. Actually not, wait, let me see. Oh yeah, I need to pass, wait, is this comment of type? Yeah. So this comment has to have this type. So I'm gonna actually copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here. The type needs to be this. It can't be just comment. It can also have a children into it, right? So it's an intersection of both of them. Now, down here, we want to do the following. I want to use that div that we already have, then I'll add another div inside of it, and I'll add another div inside of it as well. So we'll have 3 divs as the main structure. This final div over here is where we're going to display, let me just write a comment so you guys can feel the organization, display the commenter's username, and pretty much just put that information together with the current date in which the comment was created. So this is what this section is going to do. So to do that, I need to access the information of the comment's author. So I'm going to put here a span, and let's just display the comment.author. Then below this, I want to put another span, which is going to display the current date. So the date in which not the current date, the date in which the comment was created. So let's add the span, and let's display the new date. And I'm going to say comment.created at, and I'll use the toLocale string, which we've used before, to convert this into an actual date. Let me see how this looks. You see, we only have one comment in this post, and it's already showing up at the bottom, at least the name, the username. Now, the styling, don't worry, we're going to add everything. Obviously, it looks a mess right now, but we're going to add everything when we finish this. Now, after this section, we want to add the actual rest of the comment. So this is the kind of the header of the comment, I believe, and this is going to be the bottom of it, which will include one major thing, which is the actual comment. So I'm going to add a p tag over here, and let's display the comment.content. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, hey, this is a really nice post. And to finalize it, we want to display the button where if you click on it, it will allow you to reply. So let's add a button over here, and let's say reply. And we want to keep it as it is right now. We'll change this in a second, you'll see why. But when we're done with this button over here, this div, everything below this is gonna be related to showing the reply input, right? So if you're able to reply to this comment or not. Now, in order to do that, I need to create a state that is going to keep track of the fact if we're trying to reply to a comment currently or not. So I'm going to create here a state, set it equal to use state, and this will be a Boolean, and it will start out as false. And we'll call it show reply and set show reply. Now, with this, we can basically say that when we click on this button, we negate the current value of the set show reply. So we'll get the current value and we'll just set it equal to the opposite. So if you're trying to reply and you click on this, it will become the opposite of reply, it will become false. And if it's false, it will become true. Now, the label for this should also change. If show reply is equal to true, then we should probably put a cancel label. And if it's equal to false, then we should put a reply label. You'll see that what this does is, if I go over here, we now see this reply button. If I click on it, it becomes cancel. And if I click on it, it becomes reply. Now, I'm going to actually add more comments to this so that this page expands a bit more. I think it's hard for you guys to see at the bottom here. Let me write more comments. So, hey, what's up? This should be a comment. Also, oh, this is a good point. It takes a while for the comment to appear. So one thing we want to do before we even get further with that is we actually want to invalidate the query when we create a new comment, right? We've done this before. We want to come over here to the to the mutation function, and I want to add on success, right? If there's a success to this mutation, we want to use the use query client hook from React query, and we're going to invalidate the comments query when we do that. So let's say query client dot invalidate queries, and we'll pass in the query key, and we'll specify that this is the query we want to invalidate. Now you'll see that if I add a comment, like I say, really cool, man, and I press comment, it will update instantly. Perfect. Now we have a couple comments that we can actually take a look at, and we can click reply to each of them. Now the state for the reply and the cancel, it is independent to each comment, and the reason for that is because this state exists inside of the comment item and not in the comment section area. So for each of the comment items that is displayed, the state will be independent for each of them. Now, what do we want to do when we click on the show reply? Well, we kind of want to collapse a little section that will allow us to write a reply comment. Now to do that, I need to have access to the user, because we basically don't want to allow a user to reply if they're not logged in. So I'm going to call the use auth hook, and we'll directly get over here the user from it. So below this div, right below this div that has the comment information, we want to check to see if show reply is equal to true, and if user is not null, then we want to display this form, which will allow us to reply to the comment. Now this form will be extremely similar to the form we have for the comment section. So I'll actually copy this whole code over here, and I'll just paste it here. Perfect. Now obviously it has a bunch of stuff that we don't have yet. For example, this handle submit, we want to create a handle reply submit for this case. And the new comments text, we actually will need to create a state called the reply text inside of it, and a function that will probably be called set reply text that will change this value. Now I'm going to change this to write a reply as well. And honestly, replies should be smaller than their comments, so I'll make the restriction to have the rows amount to be 2 so that the text area is a little bit smaller. And we'll change this from post comment to post reply, and I'll change this to an error that is an error for a reply. Perfect. Now let's create all the states that are actually going to fulfill this logic, right? It's all of these things that are red over here. Let's start with the actual states. So the reply text and the set reply text. Over here, I'm going to copy this and let's create the reply text and set reply text. This will just keep track of what the user is typing on the reply input. So this should be a string and it should be an empty string to start. Now, what else do we need? Well, we need the handle submit function or handle reply submit function. So I'll create here the handle reply submit. Actually, I'll just copy it from this one we have on the comment section because it's going to be very, very similar. Let me just copy it and we'll paste it over here. We'll change this to a handle reply. And what we want is we want to check to see if the reply text is not null and return it. And we also want to set the reply text to null at the end as well. Then we want to create the mutate function for actually emitting a reply. Now this mutate function is going to be eerily similar to this mutate function over here because the mutation we are doing here is basically the same we're going to be doing for a reply, right? A reply is just a comment that we are creating. So I'm going to click over here and just paste it, and we're going to change it a bit. This one, it won't require us to pass any of this stuff over here, to be honest. What it's going to require us is just to pass a comment text and a post ID. And actually, probably all of this, if I'm being honest. So what I want to do is I want to turn this argument here to be the content of the reply. So let's say reply content, and the type of it will be string. And when we call this mutate function over here, we just want to pass the reply text. Now we're going to create a reply. I'm going to create a function called create reply. We're going to create it over here, const create reply, and we'll make it an async function that when called will actually do all of that for us. Now this function will take in a reply content, right, which will be a string. Then it's going to take in as well the user ID, the user username, and the post ID and the parent comment ID. So we need to keep track of all of that. I'm going to put over here the post ID as the first one that we need. It will be a number, not a string. Then the second one is going to be the parent comment ID. So parent comment ID, which will just be a number as well, I believe. But I'm not sure of that. We can check it out by checking the comment type. Yeah, it's a number or null. But in this case, it has to be not null because we're replying, right? And then we want to pass in the user ID, which will be a string, and the author, which also has to be a string. Perfect. Now, when we create this reply, we need to pass in the reply content instead. And the last thing we need to add as the third argument to this function, the parent comment ID, we need to pass in so the parent comment ID is just the comment.id, right? Because we're inside of the comment right now and we're trying to add a reply to it. So the parent comment ID will be the comment ID. The user ID also will make both of this be null, possibly, right? And what that means is that we can do that little check that we did on the create comment function, which by the way, I'll just copy all of this and paste it there as well, because it's going to be very similar. And it will say you must be logged in to reply or comment, whatever you want to put here. Then we want to import Supabase from the top here. We want to keep everything else the same, but the content will just turn it into the reply content, and the parent comment ID will just be the parent comment ID we got from the argument. Perfect. Now we should be able to create the comment. I'm going to import the use mutation hook as well, because I think we forgot to do that. And we added this query client here. We still want to do that even though this is the reply. So we want to grab the query client from here. So const query client is equal to use query client to get it. and we'll be able to invalidate it. Also, when there's a success, actually I'll put this set reply text to clear it only if there's a success. And also we want to set the show reply to false, right? We have this thing that will expand this section on our thing, right? If I click on it on reply, it should show this reply section now. And if the reply goes in, we want to close it so that we can show the actual reply. But you can see this seems to be working. What I want to do is I want to add the CSS so that it looks a little bit better so we can test it to see if it's actually working. Perfect. As you can see, we put all of the CSS that was required. I also added CSS for when we call the comment item component. And this is how it looks. It looks a lot nicer. Wow. You can click on this and you can post a reply and do all of that. So let's test this out. Let's go to the comments table and let's check this out. The comments table, there's 3 of them. Obviously, there's 3 comments. All of them have a null value for the parent comment ID. Now, let's write a comment for this one. Let's say, hey, nice comment. I wanted to reply. I don't know. Then let's click post reply. It should have replied. Now, the only way for us to know, because we are not showing replies yet, is to check here and see if that happened. And yes, it did. A new comment appeared, and now it has a parent comment ID, which is the comment with ID equal to 1. Great. What if I reply to this bottom one? I agree. This is cool. Let's click here. It should have added a comment for that one as well, and the ID changes based on it. Great. Now what we want to do is actually display the hierarchy of the comments based on this tree structure that we created over in our comment section. Because right now we're just showing the ability to reply and the individual comment, but we want to show the replies as well. Now let's add the ability to see the children. So to do that, I'm going to come below the reply form right over here. And what we have to do is we have to check to see if a children even exist. So if a reply even exists to the current comment. So the way we do this is we leverage the tree-like structure that we created here, and we say if comment.children exists and comment.children.length is greater than 0, then we want to display this whole UI here. Now the UI will look like this. We'll have a div, right? And this div will contain a button inside of it that by default will be the collapse button. So we'll say something like show replies. And what this button will do is when you click on it, it will expand the reply section. And when you click on it again, it will basically hide the replies. Now to do that, I need to create a collapsible state. So I'm going to create here a state called is collapsed. And I'll need to have a function called set is collapsed. And this will be a Boolean and will start as false. Then over here, when you click on this button, we want to set is collapsed equal to the opposite of what it is, right? So if it's false, it'll become true. If it's true, it'll become false. And actually, this show replies will change the text as well. We'll say if the is collapsed is equal to true, then I want to show the hide replies text. And if it's equal to false, then I will show the show replies. And it will look a little bit like this. We'll have this show replies, and when I click on it, it changes, right? So let's go back over here. Now, one thing is I want to put a little arrow to it. I actually probably don't want to just display the state like this. I want to show an arrow inside of here. So I already have the arrows functionality to do that. It's an SVG that I got from W3, similar to the other SVGs we have here. So I'm going to paste the arrow SVG into our screen. So if the thing is collapsed, we want to show this SVG. It's an arrow down, right? Or it's an arrow up. And if it's not collapsed, then we want to show this SVG over here. Now, in order to do that, we need to know that if it is collapsed or not. So instead of actually showing this hide replies part over here in this show replies, I actually delete that. And I want to show the variety between these two SVGs instead. Now, don't worry. This is how it's going to look like, right? An up and a down arrow. If you want to still show the hide replies or show replies text, you could. But I personally prefer to do something like an SVG. And you could even add those two values to the title of this button, right? We can add a title and say, if is collapsed is equal to true, then show hide replies. And if it's not, then show replies. And you'll see that basically it doesn't change anything, but it's part of the title. So if you want to keep that there, feel free to do so. Now, below this button, right, below this whole logic, we want to show the actual reply. Now, to show the reply, we need to confirm that is collapsed is false. Because if it is false, then we want to show the replies automatically. Now, why are we doing this? Well, technically, you could set it equal to true, you could set it equal to false. I'll show both ways. If you prefer the website to already show the replies by default, or if you want them to click on the button to show it and just keep it hidden, you can do so. There's differences to it, right? Reddit, as a social media, they show the replies immediately. YouTube, on the other hand, they don't show the replies immediately. They just show the comments, and you have to click to show the replies. I want to keep it like Reddit, so I'm going to keep it as not is collapsed by default, but we'll show both cases. Inside of here, I want to put a div that will show the component. Now, to do this, we're going to access the comment dot children, and we'll loop through it. And for each of the children of this current comment, we want to call this exact component. It will be kind of a recursive component. We're calling itself inside of it. And the reason for that is because then we'll pass the key. So I'll pass key over here. I'll grab the key. Let's pass it. And then we'll pass the comment, and the comment will just be the child, and the post ID will again just be the post ID that we have above. Now, what this will do is it will know the list of children that this comment has, and it will loop through them. And if they have children, it will loop through those as well and display everything in this order. You'll see that now this definitely shows up, right? It shows here, hey, I agree, this is cool. This is a reply that I had. And this one as well shows, hey, nice comment, I wanted to reply. So we can see the replies, and it's great, and it's working. Again, if you want to default, so I'm going to refresh this. By default, it already shows the replies. But if you want to keep it like YouTube, just change this, and then by default, it won't show the replies, and you have to click on it to show it, right? So what I want to do now is just add the final styling I think I need to do here is just add, I'll just do it, I won't cut, I'll just add a space, and I'll add some space to it on the Y direction, and we should see a little bit more of grievance here, right? Perfect. Now let's test to see how good this is working. You see that we can reply to a child. Hey child, let's see how this works. Post reply, it goes immediately, and I can reply to this as well. Hey, and again, it goes immediately, and we have this beautiful tree of comments and replies and all of that. So this is great. We're finally done with our comments. Let's check to see if there's anything else we might want to do with it. So honestly, I don't think there's anything else we might want, but it seems like we are done with our comment section. Now, we're basically done with the whole post, right? There's one thing left that I want to do so that we can get to the communities section of this project. Now, the one thing I want to do is, and this is going to be a little bit complicated because it will involve some knowledge of Supabase. I want to display in the main, on the recent post, like when we display a post, I want to see the count of the comments and the count of upvotes or downvotes that this post has. Now, how do we do that, right? How do we see that information? Well, to do that, I want to come back to our post list component. I'm going to close all of this, even this, and let's go to our post list component. In this component, if you remember, we just fetch the list of posts and it shows the information, right? And that's how we get this photo and the icon and the title for the thing. But from this information, I also want to get, for each post, I want to get a count of the like count and the comment count for that post. Now, to do that, to get that functionality, we have to do something called calling a Postgres function. So we want to perform a function to Postgres that we create that will return to us not only the list of posts specifically, but also the count for the comments and the likes. This idea of creating and calling a PostgreSQL function is called a RPC, which is a remote procedural call. This is logic in your database that you can execute from anywhere, and these functions are extremely useful when the logic rarely changes, which is in this case what we want, because then we'll be able to get those two counts were independent from this posts. It's not part of the posts. It's just independent from it. Now, to make it, I'm not familiar, to be honest. I tried looking for it. I'm not familiar with how do you create the RPC functions without using Postgres, like without using the actual Postgres code. So I'm sorry. There might be a way to do this without using actual SQL code, but that's what we're going to be using for this video. I wrote a SQL command that creates that function for us, and I'll go over it so that you guys understand and are not just copy and pasting. And I'll put this command as well in the description so that you guys have access to it and you can just copy and paste it in your case. And this is it. This is the command I want you guys to post, and I'll go over each of them. So basically, the first thing we do is we say create or replace the function getPostWithCounts. This will define the getPostWithCount function, which means that when we actually make this fetch posts functionality here, we don't need to actually get the posts from the table. We'll just call this function and it will return that information for us. Now, the next thing we do is we specify the return type for this function. And we can see that it will return a specific table with some certain columns. Now, the columns we listed here are the common columns for our table, right? With the table editor here, you see that for a post, these are the columns that we have. And let me go back here. Let me go to the SQL editor. And we might even want to add actually something, because if you go to the table editor, I see that in each post, we also have an avatar URL. So I want to copy that and I want to put it as part of the return, because we do need to have access to it. So I'm going to add it here actually. The type of this will be text. And I'll also add it as part of the return here. So I'll say p.avatarURL. Sorry, that wasn't added before. But the second thing we do here is that not only we return the data from the post table, but we also added this new two columns to it that don't exist in the post table. These two new columns, we can specify what they will do to us. Now, this like count is going to just be the count of how many votes exist with this post ID as a reference. And the comment count will be, again, the count of how many comments this post has, or how many comments in the comments table has the post ID equal to the current post ID. So technically, we could just make a simple request to the post table over here, get the list of posts, but also make a request for each of them to get the count of each like and each comment, right? But we don't want to do that because that would make us have to do 3 different requests to Supabase, and by making an individual RPC function, it makes it all into one single request. So this next part over here, in this command, we just specify that we want the language to be SQL, because technically you could write it in a different way. And we want to specify the structure of what this function will do. So this is what this specifies the beginning, and this specifies the end of the RPC function. Now, what we want to do inside of this RPC function is we want to select all of these fields from the post table. And for the last one, the like count and the comment count, we use this SQL command that will get those counts for us. And in the end, we are specifying that we want to order everything by creating that in a descending order. So when I run this, you'll see that it was a success. We don't see anything visual here, I believe. But what we do now is we can go back to our code, and instead of making this request to the post table, we can actually make a request to the RPC function by using the RPC method in the Supabase client. Now, we just have to pass the name of the function that we used here, which is getPostWithCounts. And this should return back the data. Now, I'm not sure if it will. Maybe we made a mistake, but we are console logging the data so we can see if we're successfully getting that information. Let me refresh this. It's good that we're still getting the post information, but let's go to our inspect and let's see what we're console logging. So we're console logging an array with 2 items, which is expected. But not only now it includes the information of the post, but it also includes a comment count and a like count. Now for this post, there's nothing, but let's say for this one, well, you see that, oh, I don't need to open that. I just opened this one. You see that the like count is equal to 1 and the comment count is equal to 7, which is correct, right? This has 7 comments and this has 1 like. If I were to give a like to this one or a dislike to this one, you see that now the new console log would see a like count of 1 on this post. Great, so we're getting that information. So what do we do with it? Well, we can now pass that information through the post, which we're already doing, right? Because this becomes part of the post. Now we go to post item, and actually to pass it down, we have to change the interface for post, because post now includes the like count and the comment count. So I would say number, and it might be null, just in case, and comment count will be a number as well. Perfect. Now we'll go to our post item down here, and below the image banner, right, we want to display that count. So to do that, I'm going to add a div over here, and I'll add a span, which each of the, so the comment count and the like count will both be represented by a span. Now the first span will be for the like count, and to represent it, I'm going to put a little emoji for a heart over here. And right next to it, I'll put another span, which will show the actual like count. So I'm going to say post.like count, and I'll default it to 0 in case that is null. Then let's copy this and let's paste it over here. Now for the second one, I want to put a little chat bubble for comments. So I'll put that, and instead of getting the like count, we'll get the comment count. Now you'll see that we should see the information appearing over here. It's appearing below the item, which is not something I wanted. So this means that we should probably grab this and put it inside of this div. See? So there's another div below it, and now it's part of this. Now, obviously the UI doesn't look good yet because we have to put the CSS. So I'm going to cut and put the CSS so that it looks better. Perfect. As you can see, this is the CSS that we're adding here. So let me go back, and we can see the count of both the likes and the comments for each of the posts. So this is pretty much it. We finished up everything related to the post. And we can get started with working on the communities aspect of this project. Now, in order to create a community in this project, we want to actually associate a community with a post. So let's start by going to our Supabase table again, and let's make a table for the communities. So I'm going to click create new table. We'll call it communities. And if we're making this project similar to Reddit, this would be kind of like a subreddit, right? So it's just a place where you can chat and make posts for this specific place. So it's like to distinguish different posts. Now we are going to enable row level security, and let's make the columns. We're going to keep the same 2 that is always here, but we also want to add a name for the community, which is just going to be a text, and we don't want to allow it to be null. Then we want to add a description to the community, right? Just a couple sentences describing what the community is about. And this will also be text. And perfect. Now we also want to make this not nullable. And let me think, what else do we want? Well, in reality, this should be enough, because a community is just going to be a place, right? Now, to have posts in this community, we are actually going to make a change to our post table to include a community in which the post is a part of, right? So I'm going to click save over here, and we're going to save the table definition. Now, let's make the change to our post table that will allow us to have this new community column. Now, to do this, we're going to click over here, and we're going to add a new column. Let's call it community ID. It's just the ID of the community that this is going to be associated with. Now we want to add a foreign key. So I'm going to click here on foreign key, and we want to make this column be a foreign key to the communities table. Now specifically the ID field in the communities table. Now we are also going to make it cascade, meaning that if that community is deleted, then this post is deleted as well, because it was a post made specifically for that community. And differently from others, I'm going to click save here, but differently from others, we are going to allow this to be nullable. The reason for that is because maybe you don't want to make a post for just a specific community. You want to make it a general post, right? So that's why we're going to allow it to be nullable, and I'm going to click save. Perfect. Now you see the two like entries we have right now, they aren't part of a community, so it defaults to null. Then we want to create a page in our project that is going to allow us to create a community. Before we create the communities page, we need to have some communities in hand. So I'm going to create here a new page component. Let's call it the create community page. And inside of here, we're just going to copy the same structure we have for other pages. And the reason for that is because they're always very similar, right? So in the create community, I'll just change this to community. And in here, actually, I'm not going to put any title, I believe. I'm just going to call the create community component. Now I have to create the create community component. So let's come over here and let's create it. So create community.tsx. And in here, we're just going to export const create community, make the component. It won't have any props, but we'll return just a div at the bottom. Perfect. Now let's import this component here so it doesn't give us an error. Now this create community component is going to be simple. The whole component is just going to be a form. And this form is going to just allow us to enter the name of the community we want to create and the description and create it. So inside of it, I'm going to put a title here. Let's say create new community. Then below it, I want to add the div that is going to define the form structure. But for each field in it, we add a new div with a label. And this label is going to be community name, right? For the first input, which we'll add here. Just that input with the community name. So we'll make it type text. We'll give an ID of name to specify, and we'll make it required. Then I'm going to copy this, and we're going to create another instance where this is going to be community description, or I'll just put description here. And the ID of this is going to be description as well. And this won't be an input, this will be a text area. In case you want to make it a little bit bigger, we can make it into a text area. I'll make it required, but I'll also set the rows to be equal to 3. So that's the maxed size, right? We don't need to put a type here because it's a text area. Then below this, we're going to add a button to submit this, and we'll just say create community. Now let's check how it looks. If we go to create community, oh yeah, I just realized something. We don't have that route defined yet, right? So we have this create community page, but we're not calling it in our app.tsx. So let's do that. I'm going to create here a route, and this route will have a post or a path, which is going to be of community/create. I believe that's what we named it over here, right? Community/create. And when that happens, we're going to call the create community page. So create community page. Perfect. Now, if we go here, we can see all of the stuff that we just created, but obviously without the styling. So let me go back here to create community. And this component by now will be pretty standard because what we'll want from it is, again, we're going to make a mutation, right? So I need to have a handle submit button over here for the form. And we'll have an event. It will be a React form event. And this handle submit we'll call the mutate function, right? That we'll need to get from the use mutation hook. I'm actually going to copy the same logic we have for maybe the create post. I'll actually copy it for the create comment on the comment section. I'll just copy this logic over here that we have. So we don't have to retype all of this. And we'll go back to our create community. I'll close this component and I'll close all of this as well. And actually I'll just paste it here. And we'll just change it to match accordingly to this page. I know there's a bunch of red lines, but that's fine. So let's first import the use mutation hook, right, from React Query. Then what I want to do is on this handle submit, I'll pass it as an on submit to this form. In here, we don't need to check anything here, any of this. But what we want to mutate is we want to pass an object here with the name, right, of the community and the description of the community. So we do need to keep track of those values. So we're going to create those states over here. We're going to say const name, set name, and set it equal to use state, make it a string, and by default it will be like this. And then we'll make the other one for the description and a set description. Perfect. Now we just have to make it such that those values are entered when we have a change in our inputs. So I'm going to say set name is equal to e.target.value. I'll do the same thing here for the text area, but we'll change this to set description. Now, we don't have to do this over here. We could if we wanted to, but we're going to navigate after we create a community. We're just going to navigate to that community page. So let's not do that here. Now for the use mutation hook, we want to make a mutation function, right? And we're going to create it up here. We're going to say const create community, and it's going to be an async function, and it's going to take in an argument. Now this argument is going to be called a community, which is going to have a type called community input, which we haven't created, but we'll create it over here. Now, what is that type? The type is literally going to be this, right? An object with a name and a description. So we'll create a community input over here, and we'll add a name, which is a string, and a description, which is a string. Then we're going to put a return type for this. Now, the return type for this will just be the data for the community. So we don't actually care that much about this because this is a mutation. So actually, it might as well not even put a return type. We're not returning anything, right? When we create a community, we're going to leave this page to go to the community page. But now it means that when we call this mutate over here, we can pass this information. Now we'll pass this mutation function directly here. We don't have to have all that logic. We'll just pass the create community. Now we're still having an on success, right, with this query client, but we won't deal with it yet. We'll deal with it when we have the communities query created. Now, do we want to deal with the is pending and the is error? Yes, we do. So down here at the bottom, we're going to have on the create community, I'm going to actually change this label. I'm going to say if it is pending, then I want to turn this into a creating label. But if it's not pending, we'll say create community. Then I want to come down here at the bottom and I want to check for if there's an error. So I'll just say is error is equal to true. And if it is, then I want to display this p tag that is going to say error creating community. Perfect. Now we can test this out. I'm going to actually just copy and paste the CSS and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. As you can see, I copy and paste the CSS and this is how the page looks like. It looks a lot like the create post. Actually, very similar. Now, one thing I want to do as well is I want to make it such that when we have a successful created like community page, we navigate to the communities route. And the communities route is going to be this route over here. So we go here so that we can see the list of different communities with our community there. So to do that, I'm going to actually use the use navigate hook from React router, right? It will auto import. And down here, I'm going to call the navigate hook to the /communities page. So that's how we know that it succeeded. So let's test this out. Let's go back over here. Let's create a new community. I'm going to call this the tech space. I don't know. It's just a community just for you to post about technology stuff. A cool place to write and talk tech. I'm going to click on create community and we should be navigated to the communities page. This means intuitively that the on success was called. So I should see here in communities that community being created. But I don't actually. So let's see why. Well, I know why. Because when we called we didn't do anything with this function. I'm sorry about that. Let's actually write the Supabase stuff to insert the new community, right? So to do that, again, super simple. we're going to copy the logic for the comment section, right? To add a new comment. We'll just copy all of this and we'll paste it here. Now, you might have noticed that we didn't do any if statements to check to see if the name or the description are false, and it is because we put required. So I don't really think that it's a big of a deal. Usually, if you're building a bigger project, I would recommend using something like React Hook Form just for validation, but that's beyond the case. So we're not using this in this project. But continuing, we want to import Supabase, the Supabase client. Then we want to specify that we want to insert to the communities table, and we'll click the insert, and we'll just insert the community directly here, right? That's all we want to do. And at the bottom, if we want to, we can return the data from here, if we want to. But again, it doesn't really matter. We're not doing anything with that data. So let's test this out. Let's come over here, go to community. I'm going to create the same tech space, and let's say a place to talk and write about tech. And let's click create community, and there was an error. See, at least we know that we're making the request. Now the error, I already realized what it is. It's that we didn't set up our RLS policies for the communities table. So we'll click on add RLS policy. And on this one is simple. We want to allow everyone to read it for sure, but we only want to allow authenticated users to create a community. Now, if you're maybe building a website where you don't want anyone to create a community, you want only admins to create a community, maybe you could write an RLS policy that would do something like that. Only allow certain users with certain user IDs to actually be able to insert into this table. So now that we changed that, and if I click that again, you'll see that it will work. And if we go here to our table, you'll see that if I go to communities, we should see a community here. Yeah, great. Now, we just want to show the list of communities in this communities tab. So how do we do that? Well, I'm going to go back over here, and we're going to go to another page that we want to create. This page is going to be called the communities page. So I'll just actually copy and paste this create community. And then I'll just expand this. And here I'm going to change this to communities page. Perfect. Now I'll change this to community list. We'll create a component called community list. And this we're going to change to import. Actually, it will import automatically when we do it. Then this one will change to communities page again. And in here, actually, I will add a title here. We're going to add just a title that says communities. Now, the reason why sometimes I put a title and sometimes I don't is if the component has a form, I like to put the title instead of the form. That's just a personal thing. And I'm mentioning because it might be confusing for you why am I structuring this way. To be honest, at the end of the day, structure however you want. If you want to follow my approach, this is how I'm doing it. So let's create the communities list component. Let's do it here. Communities, or actually it's community list.tsx. Then in here, we're going to export the const community list, and then we'll return a div. Now this component, we'll just import it over here for now. This component will be a bit different from the last one we make because the last one was primarily just for mutating data. This one is going to be specifically just for displaying data. And before we do any UI stuff, we just want to be able to make a query to Supabase to get the list of all the communities that has been created. So I'm going to create here a call to the use query hook, and we'll put a type here, and we'll make a query key for this. Let's just call it communities. And we need to pass in a query function that will make the query. Let's call it fetch communities. Now this fetch communities will create up here. Let's say fetch communities. It will be an async function. And we need to make a return type for it. Now the community type will just export an interface. We're exporting because we're going to use it later. And this community type will have an ID, which will be a number, a name, which will be a string, a description, which will be a string, and a created at, which will also be a string. Now we know that when we get it from Supabase, it's going to return a promise with a list of community. Then I need to make this into a promise, and I also need to return something so the error goes away. Then I'm going to make this query actually accept that type. It's going to take in a community array. That's what it's going to return, or an error. Perfect. Now in here, let's handle how we make this query. It's easy at this point. We just await Supabase. We say dot from. We get a communities. Then we select all from this community, which we want to order based on created at, and we want to set the ascending order to be equal to false so that we have it in descending order. Now, when we get that back, we're going to get back a data or an error. If there's an error, we'll handle the error by throwing it. So throw new error with the error message. And if not, we're going to return it, and we're going to return the data as a community. So we're going to cast the type to community array. Now we can access the community data and the error and the is loading inside of here. Let's handle the cases, right? Let's say if is loading is true, then we're going to return, why am I writing it wrong? Return div with loading communities, 3 dots. And if there's an error, then I actually want to show the error message. Now, a pattern that I usually work with is I don't like always showing what the error message is, especially when you're mutating stuff. So if you've noticed, when we're mutating stuff, I don't actually add show the direct error that we get from Supabase. But when we're fetching, sometimes I do. So that's how I structure this project. So if there's an error, we want to display the error message. Perfect. Now, what if it doesn't have any errors or it isn't loading? Well, we have the data. What do we do with this data? Well, we're going to list all of the communities with an individual little rectangle for you to click on it. So we want to loop through the data. So data.map, and we'll grab each community with a key, and we're going to loop through them. And in here, we're going to have, actually, I'm not going to put curly braces. I'll just put this. We're going to have a div that is going to encompass the whole thing. Now, in this div, I want to put the key, since this is the first item in the list. And then I want to make the whole thing be a link, right? I'll put a link over here so we can click on it and navigate to that specific community's page. Now, we don't have the individual communities page route created yet, so I'll just put community here for now, but we'll do that in a second. We also need to import this from React Router, and we'll come here, and I want to put the name of the community. So I'm going to say community.name. Then I want to put the description for the community. So I'm just going to say if the community, actually every community has a description, so I don't know if you check that. I'll just put a p tag here and say community.description, and we should see that. Now if I go to communities, why is it not showing? Let's go to communities page. Are we displaying this? Maybe not. Maybe we haven't created it yet. So let's go here. Yeah, we haven't created it yet. So let's create this route. Change this to communities. Change this to community page. And now we should see it. Yeah, it just shows the one community that we created. Let's create another community just for the sake of it. Let's create a photography place. A hangout spot for people into photos. I'll click create community, and you see that now the photography place is here as well. One good thing though that we haven't, now that we have that query, is that we can use the invalidate right on the create community page. So we now have the query key for this query. So if we go to the create community, we could use this query invalidator and specify that we want to invalidate the communities query. Now we do have to use the query client here. So let's say query client is equal to use query client, and this should be good to go. Now let's go back to our communities list. Sorry for that tangent. And I want to add a UI for this. So I'm going to cut, I'm going to add the UI for both this page and this page if there's any, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. As you can see, I added all the tailwind here, here, and here, and I also added some tailwind for the community's title. And this is how the page looks right now, right? You can see each of the individual places, and if I click in one of them, I'll be taken to the community route. But we don't have that page yet, but at least this page is done. Now, the last page we need to create is the individual community page route, right? So when I click on this, I want to go to a page for that specific community, which will show only posts that were created and assigned to that community. Now, the problem with doing that now is that even though it's the last thing we have to do for this project before deploying, we don't have any posts in any of these communities, and we don't have a way to assign a post to a community, right? These two posts that we have, they're all generic and they are not assigned to any community. So we need to add the ability to assign a post to a community when you're creating it. So how do we do that? Well, we already have in our post over here, we already added the community ID as a column that is a foreign key to the community's table. So when we are in the create post over here, we want to add a little selector here that will use the information about the community's page or the community's list, and will show all the available communities you can choose to assign this post to. So we'll have to make some changes to the create post. So I'll come back here to the create post component, and the logic that we have for the community list, which I'll just open as well. No, not this one. I want to open the community list and the create post. So the logic for the fetching of this, we want to copy all of this and put it over here as well. We could make a hook individually for that and reuse it, but I think that's overkill for what we're doing here. So I want to call this use query hook here. Let me import it. And I want to import the community type. That's why we made it, we exported the type over here at the top, right? And we'll put the same ID. This is important. Put the same key to this query. And then we want to copy the fetch communities. Actually, I can just export this as well, right? Yeah, I'll just export this and we'll import the fetch communities function here as well. Now, we don't really care about the error or loading here because, to be honest, that's just that's overkill for just a part of the create post experience, which, by the way, you don't have to assign a community if you don't want to, right? So we're not making that big of a deal, but we'll cast the name of this variable to communities just so because there's a lot of fetching here and mutations here, so I don't want to deal with using the same name as data. And then let's go to the form here above the section where we upload an image, but below the section where we write the content of the post. I want to add a section to select which community you want to attribute this post to. So when I create this, I'm going to make a label here. Let's say select community. And below this, I want to actually add, actually not below that, below this, I want to add a select input type. And this input type will allow us to put options inside of there. But now the ID of this will be community. And we'll add an on change later on. But what we want is we want to loop through the communities list that we just got from the API request. And for each community, we're going to actually display an option element. Now, this option will be one of the options that you can select for the community. Now, what goes inside this option is just the community.name. Now, we'll also put a key here to the option. So we'll say key is equal to key, and we'll have to pass a value to it just to have an actual value to what community we selected. Now, the value of the community we selected is going to be the ID of the community. And the reason for that is because that's what we want to add to the create post, right? We want to add the ID of the community we're trying to associate with. Now, this is all fun and games, but you'll see that it starts already with the first community in the list. We don't want to do that. We actually want to add the ability for the user to not have to select a community. So I'm going to add a default value over here. So I'm going to say, actually before the mapping, I want to add an option. And this option will say something like -- choose a community. and then double dash again. And we'll have to pass a value to it, and the value to it is going to be an empty string, and that's how we're going to differentiate. And now you'll see that by default, it says choose a community. When I select it, it gives the other options. Great. Now let's handle adding this community ID, this data, into the create post. Now to do that, we're going to have to create an onChange to the select statement, onChange, and we're going to actually make a handle community change function. This handle community change will go similar to this one over here that we made for the images. We'll call it, actually I'll edit the above one, handle community change. Now it will have the same properties here, but the difference is that we're gonna delete all of this, and we're gonna get the value of the select by saying e.target.value. And what I want to do is I just want to set the community ID state that we're going to create over here. So let's create a community ID state, but the state is going to be a bit different from the other ones above because it can be null. So I'm going to say set community ID. We'll make it a string or possibly null. And by default, it will be null. But when you set the value, we're going to check, okay, set community ID. If the value from the thing is not an empty string, then we want to set the value of it to be a number equal to the value. Now, the value is going to be the ID of the string, of the community, right? So it's going to be this value that we are passing over here. Now, if value, when we get from the onChange, is this empty string over here, then this value won't be true, so we're going to default it to null. Now I just realized something as well. The type of this has to be number because ID is a number. So now that should be good to go. Also, I need to change the type of this. It's not going to be HTML input element, it's going to be HTML select element. I realized that it was giving us some red squiggly lines over here. But perfect. Now we're selecting the ID. If you select an actual community, it will set the community ID equal to that value. If you select the default option that isn't any community, it will default to null. Now let's go to our interface over here, the post input interface, and we want to add a new value to it. We want to add the community ID, which can be a number or null. Now this means that when we call the mutate function over here for the post, we have to pass the community ID. So what we can do is we pass a community ID field and we just set the community ID state equal to that. And that should be good to go, to be honest, because community ID now will be part of this post object, which we are already inserting the entirety of it into the Supabase table. So let's test this out. Let's create a new post here. I'm going to say the title is, actually, let me select the image first. And so I make the title proper. So I'm going to select the banner. This is actually my YouTube banner. Then I'm going to say that this is my YouTube banner. I made this 4 years ago and never changed, which is true. I kind of wish I changed. Let me know if you guys like the color of my channel. I've been thinking of changing sometimes, but it's gonna be a text space, and we're gonna click create post. Okay, seems to have created. If we go over here, you can see my YouTube banner. There is a post, but let's go over here. You can see that it associated the text space ID as part of the post. This means that now, when we create the specific page for the text space, we can use Supabase to fetch only the posts with the ID associated with that community. So let's do that. Let's create a new page. It's going to be the last page in our project. So we'll come here and we're going to create the, I'll copy and paste this. We'll change this to community page, not communities. And I'll delete this over here. I'm going to call this community post, something like this. Now we could actually put, I won't put any, I'll keep community posts, but I'll also put the name of the community when we get it right next to it. Now, we'll create a component called community display, and we'll have to create it. So we'll come over here and let's create the community display.tsx. In here, we're going to export a const called community display, and we'll return a div. And then let's just import this, and let's make sure to set the community type for the route, right? Which we've been forgetting. So let's do this. Now I'll set this to the community page. Why is it not appearing? Did we not export? Oh, I forgot to change the name of this. So community page, and we'll just auto import. Now the route for this is going to be community / and then we put the ID as a parent. So that's how we're going to distinguish the route for each individual community. We're going to do the similar thing that we did with posts, but with the ID of the community. Now we'll go to community page, and in here, we're going to have to get that ID. So I'm going to say const ID is equal to use parems, and in here, we have to give the type for this. So I'm going to give it as ID, which is a string. And this is going to get the parameters from the URL. And when we call the community display, we're going to pass the community ID as a prop. Perfect. Now we can put the title here as well, but I just realized that it's better maybe to put this title on this page, because then this page is going to fetch the data for the community. So we'll keep this here, but then we're going to put it on this component. So actually I'll copy it and I'll just paste it here. Perfect. Now let's delete it from here and let's save this. Let's delete it from here so we don't use it anymore. And this is what this component is going to be like. Now in the community display, let's make the prop for this component. So up here, I'm going to create the interface and let's call it props, and it's going to have a community ID equal to string. And I'll just grab that value directly from the props. So community ID. Perfect. Then we want to, actually, this should be a number. It shouldn't be a string, right? So I'll turn this into a number, and we want to pass a number version of this. Yeah, so we convert it because when we get from the URL, it's a string, but we want it to be a number so we can send it to Supabase. Now in here, we're going to copy the logic we just did for the community list, because everything is going to be super similar. We're going to just basically use these three things over here: the use query hook and the loading and error practice, right? Now, instead of using, I'll import the stuff that we need. Instead of returning a list of communities, in here, we actually want to return a list of posts, which is a type that we also have access to. And the reason for that is because we're fetching the posts for this specific community. Then we need to pass a query key for here, and this will be a community post, and we want to pass the community ID for it as another part of the query key. Then we want to call the fetch community post function. So I'm going to call it fetch community post, but we need the ID in this function. So I'll make this into a inline function and pass the community ID directly here. I'll copy this. Yeah, perfect. Now let's create that function. I'm going to again copy the fetch function from the community list, just paste it up here, change this to fetch community post, and we want to return a list of posts. Now let's import Supabase again, and we don't want to call the communities table. We want to get the posts table. We want to select all of the items, but when we select all of the columns from the posts table, we also want to get the associated name column for the communities table, right? We want to know the name of the community. So the way you can do this, you can actually specify that you want to join this table with the communities table and only get the name. And you can do that because there is a foreign key on the posts table associated with the ID of the communities table. Then after this, we want to equate this to only get the items where the community ID is equal to the community ID that we should be having on as a type here. So let me do community ID is a number. And finally, we want to order it this way as well. Now we'll be returning a post list after this. And now one thing is this post type doesn't have a name, a community name over here, right? Now, even though we set the type as post list, we are joining the communities table. And if we console log this data, you'll see that it won't look like a list of posts because it will have that community name. Let's check it out. I'll come over here. Let's go to the community number 2, right? Because I think it's the Tech Talk community or the Tech Space community. Let's see the console. So we get a list of posts because there's one post for this community. Now in here, you see that not only we get the normal generic post data, but we now also get the communities field inside of it. And inside of it, there's a name with the name of the community because we joined the tables. So we need to add a generic type to, or make the post, but also includes the community data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another interface over here. And this interface is going to be called post with community. And this is going to be an extension of the post type because it is going to have also the communities type with a name field, which is a string inside of it. And instead of actually using the post list, we're going to use post with community as the type for this because we know that includes the community. Now, this should also return a post with community. Perfect. Now with this data, let's stop the console log. Let's come down here. I want to access the data to get the name of the community. I'll just access the first item in that list and then access the communities.name. Now all the items will have the same name in the data. It's saying possibly undefined. So I'm just going to say data double score and then do that. Perfect. Now let's check this out. You should see that it should show the name of the community directly over here. Now, what do we do with the with showing the posts? We have access to it as well. So to do that, we're just going to come below this title and we're going to access the data. And we're going to loop through all of the items. Actually, should we loop through all of the items directly? Let's actually check to see if data exists or if data and data.length is greater than 0. Because there's a possibility that a community has been created, but no posts are in there. So if that's the case, we just want to show a generic message saying that there's no posts in that community instead of the other case where we just don't show anything. So we'll make this into an if-else statement. And the else statement will just say no posts in this community yet. And we'll close the p tag. And then for the positive case, we put a div over here. And we want to show the post. Now to show the post, or the posts in general, we want to map through the list of posts by saying data.map. And we'll loop through each post. We'll get the key as well. And for each post, we're just going to reuse the post item component that we created for the main page. We already have this component. There's no point in changing it, so we'll just keep it the same. I'll make the key be equal to the key of this list. And I'm going to set the post, which is something that they required, I believe. Yeah. And just pass it. Now, if you come over here, you can see that we have the post being displayed, the only post for this community. Now, obviously the UI looks weird, so I'm going to fix the UI by copy and pasting the rest of the UI into here, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. This is all that I added. It wasn't actually that much. It was just 2 things. Now let's go over here, and we can see that now it looks a little bit better. But again, there's only one post in this community. But one thing though, this is basically it. This is all we had to do to create this whole project. It is pretty big, but it is a pretty good standing ground for a social media platform. Now there's a lot of more features you can add, but I feel like I've added all of the features that at this point you could go ahead and make this project yourself and extend it, right? So I've added a variety of different features that I think would be of interest. And if you want to add something else, you can just use the knowledge that you've learned from this project. Now, to finalize this, I obviously want to deploy this project, but I want to add a bunch of fake data inside of this project. So I'm going to cut to myself adding all of this fake data, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, I just added a bunch of fake data. You can add it if you want to. Also, by the way, if you want to make this be 2 columns, you could do it as well. If you want to make 1 column, you can do it as well. I just realized this might seem a bit overwhelming, but I guess it's all personal preference. But I just added a bunch of posts over here, and I also added a bunch of different communities. Now you can click on each of these posts and you can see some of the images. As you can see, actually this one has very good quality, but I can click plus, I can comment on each of them. See, I can comment whatever and post a comment. It will work. Everything is working perfectly. And I can also join different communities, right? If I go to the fitness and health. Oh, I just realized there's one thing else we want to add. This was a good idea. So there's one thing we want to add. Sorry about that. When we have the community list, right? We want to navigate to that list when you click on it, right? Thankfully, I tested that out. Let's go to community. You want to navigate to the community with that ID. So you just insert the community.id here. Perfect. Sorry about that. Now you can click on this and you will go to that specific community. But you can see there's a couple communities here, some posts in each of the communities. Some of them only have 1 post. Some of them has more. Actually, I think most of them only has 1. But then the text space has a bunch because I just added a bunch of stuff for text space. But you can see this is all working perfectly. Now that we have the project completely done, which by the way, again, you can check out all the code in the description, we're going to deploy this application so that anyone who wants to use it will be able to access it live. Okay, everyone. So now let's deploy the application. And to deploy this app, I'm going to use a combination of GitHub to store our repository, which is the one that you guys can actually access if you want to. And then I'm going to be using Vercel to deploy my app. Now, Vercel is completely free to deploy. You're not going to have to worry about any of that. And I want you to create an account in Vercel. I already have mine over here. And I want you to create it with GitHub, or at least connect your GitHub account with Vercel. Because if you can do so, then you'll be easily accessing your GitHub repositories, including the one with your code, directly in Vercel. So if you go to vercel.com, you'll see you'll be able to click on create new project, and you'll get to a point like this. It will ask you if you want to import a Git repository, and it will list all of the repositories that you have so far in your code. So in your GitHub account. So all you have to do is just deploy or create a repository for this project, which is what we're going to do right now. And the code will be here. And the best part is that every time you make any changes and it pushes to your code and you push it to GitHub, it will automatically redeploy a new version of your project so that it actually appears in the live version. So let's come back over here and let's create a repository. I'm going to call it social media Vite Supabase, whatever. I'll just call it this. This is what you guys are seeing the code in. And then I'm going to make it public just because you guys will want to see this code. And I'm going to click on create repository. When I do that, we're going to see this. I'm going to open up the code again. And I want to just make sure about something. So we have some environment variables over here, right, for the Supabase client. We have just the environment variable for the anonymous key. I don't really think we need for the Supabase URL. They don't even recommend it, but we have this one over here. So we want to make sure that in the git ignore, any .env files are like not actually pushed. So I'm going to add here that now what we can do is we can go over here and just open up a terminal. Then I'm going to run git init. Then I'm going to go back to this and I'm going to copy all of this. Now I do have to do a git add and dot, and then I'll paste the git commit command, and it should push everything to GitHub. Now I'll refresh this page, and we should see that our code is now published to this repository. Now you can edit the README if you want to. Mine is public, but I'll definitely change this README so you guys can see a better one when you're looking at my code. But the good thing is that now automatically this new repository that I just created appears here as an option when I'm creating a new Vercel project. So I'm going to click on this one. I want to import this project and I can give it a name. This is not the name of the repository. It defaults to that, but you can give it a name. I'm going to call it social media website, something like that. You need to choose the framework preset. Obviously, Vercel loves when you use something like Next.js, but we are here using Vite for it, and they allow a lot of different options as well, but we're going to choose Vite, and we're going to leave a lot of this alone. Now, we do want to put environment variables because the .env file that we have over here for our project, it isn't actually the one that we are going to, like, we're not pushing this to GitHub, so GitHub is not getting that. So what we do is we actually set them up when we are creating the Vercel deployment. So I'll just copy and paste this environment variable over here, and I'll copy the value for it as well. And I need to copy the whole thing. So I'll just copy it and we'll paste it over here. Now I want to add one more, and this is going to be the Vite base path, because you'll see we're going to have to do some changes to our code, our actual project, to make it be a successful deployment to Vercel. Now I'm going to click deploy, and it's asking us project names can be up to 100 characters. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I need to, sorry, let's actually make it social media website and then click deploy. Perfect. Now it's going to start deploying our project. And while that's happening, I want to address this Vite base path thing over here. So when we come back to our code, we can go to viteconfig.ts and we need to pass a base URL to this project. Now, the base URL is going to be process.env.vite base path directly here. And we can also put a default value here, which could be the path to our repository. So like, our repository in GitHub is called /social media Vite Supabase. So I'll just copy that and we'll put it over here. And we should see that actually the deployment, it failed, right? So it's probably because of this. So let me actually copy this. I'm going to save it. I'm going to do git add dot git commit -m fixed. And let's push this code. And since we pushed it, we should now try deploying it again. Will it go automatically? Let's try deploying it and let's see what happens. So it failed again, but I just realized that the reason why it failed, it wasn't because of that. It was because there's some TypeScript errors in our code. So I'm going to go to where it says that there's an error. So comment section. There's apparently a children that we don't use. So let me remove this. And there's apparently also on the create community, there's another variable that we don't use. Create community, it's probably an import. When did we import data from React Router? I'm not even sure. But let's click, actually I have to deploy it again. So let's go back and let's do git add, git commit fix, and git push. And hopefully this should fix it when we click deploy. Let's see what happens. Perfect. It seems like it has successfully deployed our project. Now let's go to continue. Actually, I'll click here and let's see how the project looks like. Yeah, look at this. So cool. We can see our project working perfectly, and it's connected to our Supabase account. So that's great. And one thing though, if I click on sign in with GitHub, check out, it doesn't work, because when we set up our GitHub developer connection, I don't know if you remember, but we used localhost 3000 as the instance because we were developing. So I want to change that. I want to come to our GitHub over here, and I'm going to go to the developer settings, which happens to be over, if you go to settings in your profile, I'll just click on my profile, but I'll cut to when I get there because I don't want to show anything that I shouldn't show from my account. Actually, don't even do what I was doing. Just go to github.com/settings/developers and then go to the website that we created. Again, I'll delete this connection so you guys can see it, but as you can see, it reconnects us. It sets the homepage URL to 5174, which isn't what we want. Now I see here that it goes to not on my localhost. It goes to localhost 3000. That's actually pretty funny. I'll have to check to see why that happens, but we want to set the homepage URL to be this, to be the URL that this over here, the URL of our project that Vercel gave to us. Now, obviously, if you want to use your custom domain when you deploy, you can change this domain, but we'll use this instead of what we have over here. Great. Now we'll keep this the same and we'll click update application. And let's test to see if this works now. If I click on this. So I figure out what the issue is. We don't have to, this isn't the only problem. We also have to go to our Supabase account over here, and we actually have to set a redirect URL. So in authentication here, we can go to below here where we can see URL configurations, and the site URL is by default the localhost 3000. What we can do instead is we can copy our URL over here, and we can, where is it? And we can set the site URL to be this, and then click save. Now, as you can see, this is the default redirect URL if you're not specifying it. If you want to still build this in dev mode, you would have to add the localhost as well as an option here in the redirect URL. But for us in this case, having it just being the default here means that if I click on sign in with GitHub, it will now take us to the correct URL and automatically sign us up even though we are in production. Now, this means that our app is completely working and deployed to production with no problems. If you have any problems, please let me know in the description and I'll do my best to help you, because I've posted multiple videos in the past showing how to deploy, and every single time I do it, there's an issue. And every single time I do it, people have issues that I've never heard about in my life. So everyone has issues with deployment. So maybe if you're stuck in a situation, it might not be because I explained it wrong. It just might be that you have a specific nuance on your situation that caused it to not work. So if you leave a comment down below, we as a community can help each other. And yeah, that's basically it. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. This video took a long time to do, so I would really appreciate if you guys could leave a like and subscribe. Comment if you want me to continue posting more project-based videos. I'm trying a lot to do this because I know a lot of you guys really love it. So it does take a lot more effort, but it is worth it because I'm trying my best to grow the channel this year and make the best videos as possible for you guys. So again, thank you so much for watching. Leave a like down below, and I see you guys next time.